Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Insane Magnet Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Prologue. Midoriya Izuku is a weak child. 2 reasons. Firstly, he was born with a weak immune system. Because of this, he has gone in and out of clinics and hospitals since young. As for the second reason, when he turned 4, his quirk emerged. Attraction of metal objects, I guess, is his reply upon receiving questions about his quirk. My mom has the quirk to pull small things toward her. I think it's a slight variation of that. He scratches his cheek bashfully. It's kind hard to use, though. My head hurts when I use it too much and I get a migraine. As he grew up, he began to use his quirk more, hoping it would become stronger as he gets older. And yes, in fact he had built up a fair amount of endurance for it. Soon, he could use his quirk for daily things like grabbing spoons or hammering nails. But picking up heavy things like cars and fridges were still incredibly out of the question. But then, something happened when he and Bakugou Katsuki were 7. They were playing basketball with a few of their friends. And honestly, they were having a very fun time, even if Izuku was horrible at the game. Katsuki and a friend were playing roughly, enjoying themselves by being super competitive. Izuku and the other friend, Sakaki, stood by trying not to get killed by the brawling brats. And by some freak accident, they crashed into the portable basketball hoop. It toppled over and headed straight for Sakaki. The boys froze in surprise and oh shit, too sudden for them to figure out what to do. Impulsively, Izuku activated his quirk. The whole structure floated 10 feet above the air, and Izuku focused really hard on keeping it there. It swayed at a single bit of distraction. Why? You idiot. Katsuki, snapping out of initial shock for priorities, dragged Sakaki away from danger. Deku, he yelled, let it go. And Izuku did exactly that. He let it down, forcing himself to do it slowly so it would land safely. He was sweating profusely, struggling to catch his breath as he fell to his knees. Making sure Sakaki was uninjured, Katsuki made his way over to Deku. Izuku immediately flinched and held his head, feeling the pain of the migraine. It hurt more than usual. A lot more, and it wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting even worse. He squeezed his eyes shut, his hand holding his head, rubbing his temples at an attempt to ease the pain. Deku, you alright? Katsuki's voice caused his brain to twinge, the loud volume hurting his ears. He tried to move his head, and decided against it as he felt a sharp throb at his head. He suppressed at the pain. He lay down on the floor, his head on the ground as he struggled to remember how to breathe. Hey, call an adult. Katsuki's panicked voice began ordering around, but Deku could no longer hear. The pain was growing, the ache was worsening, and every fiber in his being began screaming out in agony, oh my god, make it stop, it hurts it hurts it. He coughed, sending another waves of spasms across his body. He felt a pang in his head at each movement. The cough was followed by another and another and another and another, and he began tasting iron in his mouth, blood. He was freaking coughing out blood. He felt himself being lifted up. It sent another shockwave of spasms across him, which he mentally cursed at, and he felt himself moving. It was a rough ride, as each step whoever that was took hurt his body and burned his lungs and made his head ache. He doesn't know when he'd fallen unconscious, but when he woke up, it was 2 days later. Since then, he dubbed the episode a rebound. The consequence if he were to overuse or abuse the power of his quirk. After each rebound, he gets a little weaker physically. It was extremely likely that he'd shortened his lifespan. He got sick a lot more often, and he'd often cough up blood. He made frequent visits to the hospital and barely made the attendance cut in school. He was even banned from physical education classes. He had to give up on his dream of becoming a hero. It wasn't a forced decision, really. It was just that. When he'd woken up that day on a hospital bed, he saw his childhood friend in tears, pleading for him to just not do that again. All his passion and dreams just melted away in guilt. Seeing his mother crying and sobbing in worry just discouraged him further. He's made up his mind. He wasn't going to become a hero. He would find some other way to help the society. A way that didn't involve going into dangerous battles and risking his life. A way that didn't involve giving his mother heart attacks and causing his childhood friend to worry. And that was when he'd found out about the support course in UA. The course that focuses on aiding the heroes and creating the vital weaponry and equipment to help them out. It sparked a new interest in Izuku. "Kaken, I'm joining the support course in UA," he had made the promise, "so you get into the hero course too, okay?" This is the story of how Midoriya Izuku became the best ever support hero. Today was Midoriya Izuku's first day in kindergarten. He had been sick with a little bronchitis the past month, so he hadn't been able to join the school with the other children his age. Midoriya Inko was definitely glad her child had gotten well enough, but she was definitely worried that her child would inherit the same social awkwardness she had. And thus, she had promised her friend, Bakugou Katsuki, that their sons would be friends introduced in kindergarten, much like the women themselves. A new kid? 3-year-old Bakugou Katsuki questioned. "Mama's friend's kid?" he repeated. "His name is Izuku." Bakugou Katsuki nodded. "Take care of him, okay? Izuku is very weak and Katsuki is strong, so you should protect him," she encouraged her child, hoping he'd obey, but her child had the "are you kidding me" woman scowl on his face. Oh well, it'll work out somehow, she believed and dropped her child off at kindergarten. I guess it couldn't be helped that her child took after her, but Inko survived, maybe her child would too. Katsuki scoffed. "Why do I have to take care of a weakling?" he mumbled, marching into the kindergarten angrily. "First thing I'll do is tell him not to come near me." "Katsuki-kun, good timing," he heard his teacher call. "Come meet Izuku-kun." "There it is," he mentally groaned. He walked over anyways and met a small, thin boy, shorter than him about half a head. He had curly hair with green frizzly highlights. His skin was pale, and there were a line of freckles over his squishy-looking face. Izuku tugged on the teacher's pants as he nervously turned to Katsuki. "He looks like a doll or something." He spoke up hesitantly. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet Dash." He was abruptly cut off by a fit of coughs. When he got up, the sides of his mouth were blood. "Oh my god, Izuku, are you alright?" the teacher freaked out. "Hey, get some tissues. Should I call an ambulance?" Katsuki was shell-shocked. You could say this was the first time he had seen someone his age as weak and frail and coughing out blood like that. It scared his 3-year-old mind badly and left him stunned in worry. No, this happens all the time, don't mind it," Izuku quickly assured, trying not to be a burden as he wiped off the blood on his mouth. "It happens all the time." It was a shocking revelation to Katsuki, who has never witnessed a guy as thin and sickly as Izuku, so when Izuku started coughing again, Katsuki internally panicked. "This guy's gonna freaking die. Oh god, mom was absolutely right, I have to protect him." "Bag?" Katsuki interrogated the smaller boy, glaring daggers as if the boy was offending him in any way. "Are you my new mom now, Dash?" Izuku cut himself short as Katsuki shot him a deadly look. "Yes." "Handkerchief?" he continued. "Yes," Izuku mumbled. "Medicine?" Katsuki didn't stop. "Oh, good." "Yes." Izuku groaned, palms on his face. "Why do you keep asking? You've already asked that 3 times just this morning, twice while you were greeting me." "Look, Deku, I know how you freaking act without thinking," Katsuki snapped, "and I don't need you to end up dying out there while I'm not around." "I won't die from just going to UA for an entrance exam," Izuku whined. "You're the kind of idiot that'll run out in front of a car to save a cat." Katsuki retorted. "I can't trust you." "Jesus Christ, Kaken," he complained. "I'm turning 16. At that, Katsuki huffed. "Go to your stupid exam," he grumbled, turning around and out of the Midoriya house, slamming the door behind him. "A dash? Kaken?" Izuku was surprised. That was an incredibly fast turn of events. He definitely didn't expect that reaction. He slipped on his shoes and bid a sweet goodbye to his mom. As he stepped out of his house, he spotted a note on the metal gate. "You better pass." He smiled. Really, Kaken was such a tsundere sometimes. With newfound confidence, Deku makes his way to UA Academy. The school is so Izuku couldn't help mumbling to himself, huge. Well, yeah, that's pretty obvious, but there aren't a lot of people. The support course exams take place a week prior to any other course. Ah, I see. Most people who don't get into the hero course would flood to the general course, so the school would have their hands completely full. The support course is an important course with too little people joining, so it'd be easier to put them in a week prior and pick the best ones off the shelf first. Hey, you, a pat on his shoulder caught his attention, looking pretty scary there. The speaker was a girl. She had pink hair and strange, golden eyes, and she grinned widely as she decided to make friendly conversation. Then, Izuku noticed that people were eyeing him weirdly. A dash? That was some intense mumbling you did there, she joked, suddenly bursting into laughter. Just thinking about it makes me start up again. Oh God, ha! Izuku blushed. Sorry about that, he said softly. Oh, how could he do this on his first day here, and a girl saw him no less, like this is a horrible first impression? Does she think I'm weird too? Okay, the girl slung an arm around his neck. No more of that hilarious mumbling from you. Let's get to the examination hall. At dash, he didn't react. Wait, okay? What's your name? She smiled, walking side by side with Izuku now. Me. Izuku pointed at himself. I'm Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku. I'm Hatsum Mei, she greeted. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Hatsum was alerted by the sudden cough coming from her new friend Midoriya. Did he choke, or did he decide to come to exam sick? Either way. Are you okay? Midori dash. Hatsum stopped when she noticed something odd about Midoriya's hand, which he had coughed into. There was a red liquid that wasn't there before, and it looked oddly like blood. Hatsum traced the source, looking towards the boy's mouth, and was that blood at the corners of his mouth? Ah, was Midoriya's response when he noticed it too. Midoriya. Hatsum freaked out. What kind of condition did you come in? It's not a problem really, he quickly explained. I've always been like this. You're worrisome. Hatsum sighed, breathing out in relief. If anything's bad, tell me, okay? I've only known you today, but having someone I know get into critical because I wasn't paying attention is the worst feeling ever. Midoriya smiled sweetly. Thanks, Hatsum. Strike. Hatsum shook it out of her head. Midoriya was such a precious little being. She decided to laugh in reply to his thanks. You're welcome. They reached the hall allocations for support course takers and searched for their names. As the exam involved needing space and time for working with technicalities, each hall had only 8 to 10 people, so there were about 20 classes in total. I'm in third. Hatsum mumbled. 12th was Midoriya. Looks like we aren't together. Well then, best of luck to you, Midoriya. Hatsum punched the air. I hope we see each other in school. Good luck to you too, Hatsum-san. Midoriya replied, high-fiving Hatsum. They gave each other an encouraging smile, Hatsum introducing a fist bump and Midoriya returning it. Then, they parted ways to their examination halls. Izuku slumped against the table. I did horribly, he groaned. I was so nervous I had difficulty breathing. He wanted to cry. He promised Kaken that he would get in, but now his confidence was dropping faster than a coin from the sky. The written tests were over, but his lungs were aching from the stress and he had to take a moment to rest. The other test takers had left ahead for the recess, but he stayed on his table staying comfortable. You there, you okay? A teacher passed by, spotting him. He opened one eye. Is that present Mike? He shot up. Why's I am, he quickly said, just stressed out. Present Mike laughed, stepping in and slinging an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Come on boy. No use being all that. You've got another test going, he said, attempting encouragement, and an empty stomach doesn't help. He pulled Izuku up and began tugging him away to a direction Izuku assumed was the cafeteria. This is bad. Izuku had a hand at his mouth. I'm happy I get to meet present Mike, but Izuku coughed dryly. He was tired for the day. He had to take his medicine. Maybe, what time is it? He felt really tired. Maybe Katsuki was right to worry about him. You all right? Present Mike stopped. You look a lil pale. This snapped Izuku out of his train of thought. Oh no, I've made a pro hero worry about me. He forced out a smile. Yes, I'm fine, he said, pulling his hand away from Present Mix. Nothing's wrong, really. But Present Mike didn't allow that. Instead, the teacher tightened his grip on the boy's arm. Nope, that's exactly what my super sickly acquaintance always says before throwing up blood, he grumbled. I'm taking you to recovery, girl. Wait, no. I can't, he blurted out. I'll miss the practical dash. Present Mike immediately sharpened his gaze. What, you are feeling under the weather, after all? He said, finally realizing this idiot of a test taker was pushing himself. Izuku covered his mouth. Oops. That settles it. You're going to the infirmary dash. Present Mike began heading the other direction. Now that he knows how the child was really feeling, he can't let this kid continue the test. No, no, and no. Izuku yelled, skidding to a desperate stop. I'm not. Are you a baby or something dash? Let's just go with that then, he retorted. I absolutely cannot miss the practical exam. I promised Kakin to pass the test, and that's not possible without that stupid practical test. I can't fail now. Look, Present Mike sighed. There's really no point in going if you're gonna collapse. But dash, Izuku bit his bottom lip. I don't want to fail the exam. Present Mike groaned. Are you really sure you can go on? Present Mike asked, doubt clear in his voice. Izuku downed his pills with water and breathed out, relieved. Finally, all those annoying things are over and done with. He turned to Present Mike and nodded, with a smile. I'm fine. This actually happens all the time, so dash. That's another thing my sickly acquaintance always says. Present Mike pointed at Izuku. Izuku laughed. I think I'll get along with that sickly acquaintance of yours, then. Present Mike is an experienced man in this field, Izuku thought, not a single hint lost. Poor me. Seriously, if I get in trouble for this, I'm gonna cry, okay? Present Mike joked. I don't care about the reason this time, but if you feel sick, tell the examiner and excuse yourself, okay? He said. I'll pass the message on so the teacher would look out for you. Yes, sir. Izuku grinned, grateful. Thank you very much. Seemingly satisfied with Izuku's cheeriness now, Present Mike checked the time. Recess was 2 hours long, so they were well half into it. Well then, good luck with the practical, he excused himself. After all that trouble, you better pass. Midoriya. Hatsum came charging. Where were you? She looked panicked as if she'd been running for an hour looking for the boy. Oh, just round the corner, dying. Izuku joked. Realizing that Hatsum had a mortified look on her face, I was joking, he quickly clarified. Don't joke about things like that. Hatsum freaked out. That's something that could happen. I mean, you were coughing blood just this morning, dash. She sat down opposite of Izuku, breathing out a sigh of relief. But man, that test was pretty hard, she whined, but it's all right. When the practicals come, I'll get my babies to shine, she grinned. Izuku sipped on his apple juice, trying to calm his nerves before the test. That a weird term to call your inventions, he said. Sure, he acknowledges the fact the inventions are an inventor's children, but he had probably never heard someone call them like that in person. It's kinda cute. What about you, Midoriya? Hatsum asked. What do you call your babies? I don't really call them anything. Typical. Hatsum joked. Izuku wondered briefly how he and Hatsum were having such a peaceful talk. It was almost as if the air of the whole examination going on wasn't present at all. Hatsum acted like she wasn't nervous at all. And perhaps her cheerful air lessened the pressure Izuku was feeling. It was a nice feeling. Izuku hoped that the both of them passed this exam. Then he could be friends with Hatsum for longer than just today. Greetings, all of you, the blue-haired teacher declared loudly. As heads turned to her, wows were heard as the test takers saw what the teacher was wearing, a very skimpy costume that showed off as much SEC appeal as it could, but still maintaining the legal not very slutty image. She wore a mask over her eyes and held an adult stuff-looking whip. I am the 18th above only hero Midnight, she announced, a grin on her face, and I shall oversee your practical exam for today. Cheers erupted and claps sounded from the crowd, to hype everyone's mood up. Hatsum had willingly joined in because, why not? Everyone had grins or smiles on their faces, their nerves forgotten and excitement growing in anticipation. Going straight to the point, I will now explain the rules. She flicked the whip at the screen. All of you will be creating something out of this dash. She directed the attention to a black mountain of metal, plastic and tools, pile of junk. Some went, "Wah," or "Yes," in celebration while others frowned in distaste, groaning and whining about how, "That's ridiculous," or "What?" The support department of UA focus on aiding the hero course. Midnight continued, "And that is what we will test you on," she said. Firstly, all of you will team up into pairs of your own choice. Then you will learn your partner's quirk and make something that applicates or supports your partner, accommodating their quirks. Izuku's eyes drifted to Hatsum the moment Midnight said, "pairs," and Hatsum had been looking too. Hatsum smirked at him and he returned it. "But be warned," Midnight declared dramatically, "your partner's quirk is very vital to your situation, so you should choose wisely. Your partner's ability to use the device also matters, so take some time to practice using them." Of course, this is a device that accommodates quirks, so what happens if someone's quirkless? Would it mean that the inventor has more freedom in creating? You have 6 hours. Midnight raised her arm to a large clock above the stage that changed from real time to 06. Your exam starts now. People began dashing around and chaos ensued as people went around yelling, "What's your quirk?" or "Pair with me," especially the ones that hadn't made friends around yet. Everyone was shoved around in the center if the crowd as everyone was desperate. Izuku is pushed aside and loses his balance, but Hatsum grabs him by the arm before he falls. "Midoriya," she calls, "this way." They struggle for a few minutes but manage to get out of the chaos. Many others had done the same and were headed to a corner of the gigantic hall to start discussions. Hatsum and Izuku did so as well. "What's your quirk?" she asked him as soon as they settled down. "It's called Magnet." Unofficially, Izuku began. "I can control any object made of metal, but I cannot lift anything big or heavy," he explained. "Drawbacks that I get a migraine from exerting myself and overuse will result in a rebound." "Rebound?" Hatsum asked, interested now. "It's a little difficult to explain, but basically my bodily functions collapse." "Wadash," Hatsum gaped, but went back into focus. "Okay, that's all I need." "What's yours?" Izuku asked. "It's called Zoom. Simply speaking, I can see far distances," she explained. "There's not really any drawback to speak of." "A vision quirk, huh?" Izuku mumbled, "That's tricky. But we gotta try, right?" Hatsum grinned. "Magnet, was it? I'll do something with it. I'll try my best with your Zoom, too." Izuku smiled back. "Anything I can use, anything I can use." Izuku mumbled as he looked around the junkyard. He coughed. Something here was dusty. Just for extra information, Midnight suddenly spoke into the microphone. "There are some things in that junk pile that are new, and not old useless junk," she said, "finders keepers." Izuku picked it up. "I see." He mumbles, "Maybe I can do something with it. Something that would work with a vision quirk." If Izuku doesn't actually have to amplify the usage of the quirk, this quirk would be ideal for a test taker. Something that doesn't interfere with the eyes would work, as long as the invention is useful. But Izuku doesn't want to do that. He wanted something to support her quirk. He spotted an alarm clock at the side. Alarm clock. Sound? Izuku often liked to explore the applications of sound waves. Echolocation, for example. But that was out of topic. Earphones. Headphones. Soundless. He's getting out of topic again. Buzzing. Sound waves. Sound waves? LTRSND? Music. Music usually has a calming effect on people. Getting rid of distractions. Focusing. Focusing. Ah. Izuku lifted his head up quickly, a spark of inspiration. "I've got it." Hatsum. "Oh, I'm so excited to make my babies." Hatsum said, "Oh, I could imply rockets in boots and create jetpacks." She immediately slapped herself. "No. I gotta focus," she scolded herself. Magnet. An ability to control small, light metal objects. Overuse and exertion result in terrible consequences. Would something like moving a motor manually be okay? Something simpler. She looked through the pile of junk. Magnet. She stopped. What are these? She wondered, looking at the 4 large, weighty pieces of objects. 2 were blue and 2 were red. The object itself could not have been larger than a bag. These are magnets, she realized. Midnight said something about new objects hidden in the pile junk. Now that she looked at it, there were countless things like batteries that looked pretty new. She dashed around picking up all she needed. She's found everything she's needed. Time to go to my babies. She mentally cheered. Her favoritism for mechanical engineering knew no bounds. She knew exactly what she wanted to make now. The 2 got to work quickly. They spent 3 hours building their invention, adjusting its use and making sure it worked safely. And at 3 o'clock on the clock, they gathered in the shared private workshop they were given, their inventions in hand. Hatsum started first. She showed Izuku what looked like a really high-tech hoverboard. Whoa! Izuku went, "Did you really make this with junk?" He awed in disbelief. Cool, she asked. "It's my newest baby," she said. She showed him the underside, which had a gear working towards number 0 to, it even has power settings. Izuku chuckled. "Do I try it out?" At Hatsum's signal, Izuku flicked the setting from 0 to the makeshift rocket fired up and lifted the board a feet above ground. Izuku carefully stood on it, maintaining his balance. Hatsum held a thumbs up and Izuku flicked the setting to the board lifted a little too suddenly and Izuku lost his balance. Whoops! Hatsum panicked for a moment, but was glad Izuku wasn't too high up when it happened. Oh well. That was cool. Izuku grinned. I was floating in stuff, he said. Oh wait, if the booster only goes in one direction, maybe I can move just the frame of the hoverboard. It wouldn't be too heavy, and I'll be able to change directions. Hatsum sounded stunned. That's a great idea. I didn't think of that, she celebrated. You're genius. Izuku blushed, chuckling bashfully. Thanks. Hatsum was oblivious of Izuku's embarrassed moment as she focused on her invention again, thinking of ways to lighten the weight or improve the balance. Alright, Hatsum-san, could you try out my invention? Izuku asked. Hatsum turned around. Sure. And Izuku showed her what looked like a hearing aid. A very modified, absolutely strange-looking hearing aid that probably did not work as a hearing aid. It piqued her interest. Put it at your ear, he said. Hatsum did as told, curious. Now press the topmost button at the hook side or the device. When the button was pressed, a low buzz, it was more of a hum, Hatsum thought, emitted from the device. Strangely, her left ear, the ear which she wore the hearing aid, could not hear the sound. Only her other ear could perceive the sound, so it sounded very distant. But the sound stood out amongst the noise of the atmosphere. Try using your quirk. Hatsum had to take a moment to realize Izuku had been talking to her. Sure, she said as she looked out the window, activating her zoom. Her eyes quickly landed on a man right outside the school gates. The man was skeleton-like, wore a yellow striped suit that was slightly too big for him, and he walked calmly into the school. He was greeted by Present Mike, who slung an arm around him and led him the rest of the way. Hatsum. Hatsum snapped out of her trance. She had forgotten that she was in the middle of an exam. She quickly turned the buzzing off. Izuku chuckled. That buzzer is made to calm your nerves down, he said. Simple sounds like that can clear your mind of everything else. He explained, for a quirk like yours, you can focus completely on just analyzing. Because you seem like the person that'd get distracted easily. Hatsum was stunned. He made something based on a hypothesis deduced by those short hours they interacted? She engulfed Izuku in a bear hug. You're so awesome, Izuku. Izuku yelped in surprise, his cheeks growing a little red at the NTMD hug. Hatsum-san. Interrupting their little moment was Midnight, barging in from the back entrance of the workshop. Hey kids. Izuku yelped. Hatsum, arms still around Izuku, looked up inquiringly. Oh, Midnight-san, she noted. I come with good news. Midnight grinned. Your results have been finalized. Izuku went. But isn't there about 2 hours left? Hatsum pointed out. I never said you have 6 hours to complete your invention, she smirked. I meant to say that you had 6 hours to pass the exam, she laughed. That is evil, Hatsum mumbled, although smart. As to be expected of UA. Dash. Izuku freaked out. Then people who don't pass by then? Are they disqualified? Well, yeah. Speed and efficiency is important in this department. Midnight lectured. Anyway, as I was saying, she turned the attention back to her speech, we have been watching your every move and deemed you worthy of this school. A dash? Wait, does that mean dash? Congratulations, you have passed. Midnight declared. Midoriya. Hatsum tightened her hug on Izuku. We did it. She squealed excitedly. Why yeah we did. Wait, Midoriya? Are you crying? Hatsum let go of Izuku immediately. Was it my hug? Did I break a rib dash? She panicked. No, no. Izuku waved his arms around frantically. I'm just really happy. Sighing, Hatsum went for another hug. I look forward to 3 years with you, Midoriya, she smiled sweetly. When that buzzer's all fixed and perfect, I want it. Izuku laughed at the last part. I want the hoverboard, he said, but I'm really glad we both passed, Hatsum-san. Good luck, Kaken. Izuku cheered, beaming as brightly as he could. Katsuki growled. Go back to sleep, he barked. Midoriya Izuku had come down with a flu, but he refused to stay in bed while Katsuki went on his important exam. He had resorted to wrapping himself in blankets and trailing along as a mass of dark green comforters to the door. I'm already kinda okay. I'll be better by the time you get back, he assured. I get sick easy, but they don't last long. That's what you said 9 years ago, vomiting blood. Katsuki groaned. Don't give me that utter bullshit, I'm never believing you again. Midoriya was struck with a pang of burn as he remembered that event which occurred not long after his rebound. I mean, he still coughs blood even all these years later. Rebounds are different. Izuku insisted. Really, my fever went down already and I'll go straight back to sleep after seeing you off. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Get back in, you'll distract my concentration. He started shoving the boy back into the house. Izuku chuckled. Is that so? Do I really worry you that much, Kaken? He secretly thought, but it seems Katsuki could read his mind. Katsuki chopped the smaller boy in the head, earning a yelp. Izuku turned around like what was that for? And Katsuki sighed. Let me focus. I'm not letting you go to UA alone, he grumbled. All the heroes she'd aside, you're gonna die if I leave you alone for 3 minutes, much less 3 years. So basically, stop worrying me, stay the F still, and don't make me anxious about your well-being while I'm trying to take an exam? Izuku giggled. He always loved guessing and assuming Katsuki's thoughts, and although nothing could really prove that Izuku's imagination was right, he liked to assume it was. Thanks for keeping me alive, Kaken. You're doing a great job. Get back in bed. Katsuki yelled, irked by the minor's sarcastic remark. And don't you dare even step out of your bed until you've counted to 1 billion. Yes, Mom. Hey. Bakugou Katsuki was at UA Academy for his entrance exam. Mom was out at the supermarket for groceries. Neither would be back until late afternoon. This is the perfect chance. A brilliant idea struck Izuku's mind. I can finally sneak out alone. It's been forever. And so, Midoriya Izuku left his bed. He picked up the unopened letter from UA at his bedside. He had received it a day ago, but refused to open it until Katsuki had gotten his. He already knew the results anyway. It was just the formalities and to-dos he had yet to read through. Izuku changed out of his sleepwear. He picked up his bag, filled with medication and stuff, and headed downstairs. He didn't feel very bad. His fever had already gone down considerably. He was probably fine. He slipped on his shoes and left the house as quietly as he could. He knew exactly where he wanted to go. A place he's admired for years and yearned to explore for ages, the beach. It could barely be called a beach, being 90% junk, but that was the whole point. Junk? A word that could also be read as free supplies. An inventor's love and dreams are hidden in this junkyard. When he'd told Katsuki that, they got into a fight about how it's dangerous and too risky a place for someone with as weak an immune system as him to hang around. and thus for the past years he hadn't been able to get within 10 meters of the entrance of the beach. Diminu, Kaken. Kaken's exam should end at 3, and it'll take an hour to get back. Mom would be back around that time too. He set the timer on his watch to 3 o'clock. He had 4 hours to work with. That's plenty. This is a flashback of an event that occurred years before Izuku take the UA entrance exam. Izuku pushed the button on the modified radio. A low note hummed from the broken speaker. He pushed the second button and the hum turned into loud buzzing, the whole radio vibrating like a motor. At the third button it stopped. Great. It's working, he said. Satisfied, he turned to a clearing in between the junk piles. A metal plating of the front hood of a car and a pile of nails were laid out. The items was approximately 5 meters from where Izuku and the radio were. 5 meters, Izuku's maximum range of control. If I succeed, he spoke to himself, the special sound waves would spread electromagnetic particles into the air, creating a makeshift magnetic field and make it easier for me to control metal objects. Let's begin. He extended his hand in that direction and closed his eyes, calming his breath. He opened his eyes and focused, commanding the objects to move. The nails lifted 2 by 2. In a minute all 20 were in the air. The metal plating rustled slightly, rumbling around by unable to get itself off the stone it lay on. When Izuku managed to force it an inch above the stone, he felt the migraine coming. He pressed the first button on the radio. The low humming ensued, and to his delight, the metal plating lifted. His migraine eased slightly as there was less effort now. He lifted both objects a meter off the ground. He smiled. He did it. But it was only the beginning. He moved the objects around. He spun the nails around in circles, creating something akin to a small tornado, then sped it up. He tried to keep the metal plate afloat, but it wavered unstably. He spun the metal plate around too, in an opposite direction, so he was doing 2 things at once. He lost focus for a second and the 2 objects froze abruptly before it dropped to the ground like mannequins with their strings cut. He fell to his knees, catching his breath. He turned off the radio and got to a proper sitting position. That was really difficult. A lot harder than he'd thought it would be. He felt the migraine hit him, and clenched his eyes and waiting for it to pass. He coughed and began tasting iron in his mouth. He covered his mouth with his hands, waiting for it to end. His coughing stopped soon, to his delight, and he reached for the handkerchief in his bag. "You okay, boy?" Izuku flinched at the voice. He turned quickly to see an older man who had blonde hair and looked thin as a skeleton. Wiping his hands and then his mouth, he quickly stood up. Yeah, I'm all right, he said, just exerted myself there. He forced out a smile. How long were you there? The whole time, the man said. That's an interesting thing you made there. Training your quirk. Izuku's sweat dropped. He was there the whole time? I did not notice? Anyways, he nodded. Yeah. I'm not getting anywhere, though, he explained, giving a bashful grin. What about you, old man? What are you doing here? Old? The man questioned, perhaps feeling a little offended, but proceeded to smile kindly like a father would. You can call me Yagi, he said. As for why I'm here, I come by here often. Oh, is this your home? Izuku realized, or like your territory? I'm sorry, I must have intruded dash. He quickly got up, worried that he might have done something horribly offensive. Maybe he shouldn't have entered the junkyard after all. No, Yagi denied, urging the boy to sit back down. This junkyard is a free place, he said, then proceeded to change the subject. What's your name, boy? Me? I'm Izuku, the boy replied. Oh, he realized Yagi-san is an older man, so maybe, hey, Yagi-san, do you know any way to strengthen your own quirk? He asked, something that doesn't involve arduous, life-risking training? Yagi held back a scowl. This boy was asking for a way to get stronger without physical effort? He had resorted to creating inventions to strengthen his quirk artificially. All things aside, that was just really... Why do you want to know that, Izuku, my boy? Yagi sounded concerned, recalling how the boy had been hacking up blood a moment ago. Why are you desperate to get stronger? I want to be useful. Izuku said immediately, which surprised the man. I can't become a hero, So I have to be strong enough not to be a burden. You can't? Yagi managed to inquire. Izuku nodded. I can't become a hero, he said. Something happened a few years ago, and my quirk is no longer suitable for combat or rescue, or anything physical related in general, he explained. All it can do now is assist me in picking up small tools and components. Yagi stood stunned. It was much like his own quirk. After an incident, he could no longer use one for all as long as he could. Slowly, he was weakening, and soon he would become just a weak little scary skeleton person. This boy was young, and yet he had already ceased to be able to unleash the limits of his quirk. It was a sad, sad fate. I'm terribly sorry to say this, but that would be difficult. Yagi solemnly said. I see. Izuku bowed his head, disappointed. Yagi felt guilty now. However, he needed to fix this little mistake. He shouldn't crush dreams, after all. Even if it may be impossible for yourself, there are things you can do for other people's quirks. That's right, you should become a support hero. Not a hero who works on field, but a supporter that helps out behind the scenes. He grinned. Support hero, he mumbled the word. So there were these kinds of backstage-oriented heroes too. So instead of focusing on your own quirk, think up of ways to improve other people's quirks. You could also think up ways not to improve, but to applicate what your quirk is as it is. With these simple ways you can save as many lives as the heroes. You have the intellectual potential after all. Potential? Really? Izuku's eyes seemed to sparkle as he brightened back up, bringing a smile on his face. The man's words had sparked a strange kind of inspiration and resolve in him. Yes, you do. Yagi smiled. In UA Academy, this is kinda what they call plus ultra. Wooa. Izuku sparkled on, but Yagi froze. Oops, I forgot I'm in skeleton now. Back in the present. Izuku laughed. Last time he came was 4 years ago, when he had to stay home, sick, and Katsuki was at school. His mom was at her parents', unable to make it home before the next day. He had enjoyed that experience, although Katsuki yelled at him later on when he realized Izuku went to the junkyard. Yagi-san was ultimately the main reason Izuku had taken up the dream of becoming a support hero. I wonder what Yagi-san is doing now, he giggled. A soft cough escaped his lips as Izuku walked beside his blonde friend. You all right? Katsuki asked, a little nonchalantly. It's nothing. Izuku replied. Calling bullshit in 3, 2 dash. There's no blood. Izuku quickly clarified. I feel terrific, my head doesn't hurt and my temperature is okay. Damn it. Katsuki tooted. The two walked into school grounds, Izuku bringing up a little conversation of how excited he was as Katsuki gave one-word replies. They stepped into school and looked for the location of their classes. A class is in the other direction. Katsuki muttered. H is over there. You can get there by yourself. Izuku nodded. I'm not a kid. Handkerchief? He asked. Are you seriously doing this a guy dash? Izuku paused when Katsuki shot him a murderous glare. Yes. Medicine. Katsuki continues. Yes. Izuku has officially given up on defying Mommy Katsuki. And when exactly do you eat it? After my meal. Then. I go to the infirmary for the rest of recess. Yeah. Katsuki said, seemingly a little satisfied now at the knowing that Izuku probably won't die today. And yes, in fact, you may leave now, he said in mild sarcasm. Yes, Mom. Izuku chuckles, turning around and headed towards his classroom. He turned back one last time for a wave and, see ya, Kaken. Go already, the blonde boy snapped. Izuku steps to the doorway of 1H, awing at the sheer size of the door. Huge. Is it because of anyone that has a size quirk? He wondered. Nevertheless, he takes a deep breath, puts on a nervous smile and heads into class. There were already many people inside. The classroom itself didn't hold a lot of chairs, 15 to 20 at most, probably because there weren't many people in the support department. Izuku spotted a particular pink-haired girl at a certain table, fiddling with a particular mechanism. Hatsums and good morning, he greets, making his way over. We're in the same class. Midoriya, she acknowledged his presence. Good morning. What's that? It's an engine. Hatsum said, I made it on the way to school. How on earth are you so crazy into high-tech? Midoriya mumbles, can a normal person make an engine out of trash and junk? Of course. Junk are treasures waiting to be discovered. The two had a hearty conversation, which included getting to know each other more and exchanging ideas about inventions. They received interested or scoffing looks from their classmates, but none really went too near to the two. They felt like any new presence would break their chain of communication and abruptly pause the chat. But they had to be stopped when the teacher walked in, someone all of them were familiar with, as they had met her at the entrance exam, the 18th above only hero Midnight. Everyone scurried away to a random seat, having not received the seating chart yet. Greetings, everyone, she grinned. She still wore the skimpy outfit and held the whip, but no one asked during exams, so no one asked now either. As you all know, I am a pro-hero Midnight. You shall refer to me as Midnight Sensei, and I have been assigned to your class as homeroom teacher. Today is just the first day, let's go with the super cliché introductions first. She pointed at the boy at the left corner, starting from you please. Name, Quirk, and reason for joining UA. The boy seemed confused for a second but stood up anyway. My name is Kyoku, and I don't have a last name. My quirk is called propagation, and basically I can multiply things. I joined you because of money, I guess. He was stoic and nonchalant, but not a smile graced his face as he sat down immediately after. The girl behind him stood up. I'm Nijishima Haru, she said excitedly. My quirk is called spring cleaning, and I can make anything look as good as new. I joined UA because heroes are cool. She beamed brightly the whole time, like a little child. The contrast is hilarious. Izuku heard someone snicker. I'm Hatsum Mei, and my quirk is Zoom. Hatsum stood up confidently like the Hatsum she was. I joined you because I wanted to show off my babies to the world. Babies? Someone blurted out. Hatsum just grinned, unfazed. An inventor's creations are an inventor's children. One after another they stood up to give introductions. There were cheerful ones, nervous ones, serious ones, and bored ones, but eventually it was Izuku's turn. He was nervous. Classroom introductions always made him nervous, no matter how many times he's done it before. I'm Midoriya Izuku. My quirk is magnet, and I joined because a cough interrupted his speech. Izuku cringed at the pain that shot up and felt blood rise up from his throat. He coughed into his hand, but the blood spilled out of the corners of his mouth. Silence ensued as Izuku noticed everyone staring at him. He tried. I'm okay. There's blood. The guy in front of Izuku freaked out first. He's gonna die. Tissues. Anyone. Was a girl? Or a handkerchief or a cloth? Not again, was Hatsum. Izuku's denying words of no, seriously, I'm okay went on deaf ears as people ran around searching for tissues and hunting for anything that might help and asking if anyone knew what to do. Midnight sighed. There goes her class. Heroes weren't supposed to panic like this in face of an injury, support heroes included. But Midnight watched on for a little longer because she was gonna try believing her new class. Oh, my God, someone yelled out in utter frustration. Shut up. It was the boy called Kyoku, the first to introduce himself in the class, and he scrunched up his brows in irritation. He got up quickly and went over to Izuku, who had gotten a handkerchief and kept it at his mouth to soak up the blood. He pulled Izuku's hand away and cupped his chin, asking Izuku to open his mouth. A little surprised, Izuku did it anyway. Kyoku examines it momentarily like a doctor would. He sighs and turns to the class. Nothing critical, but it's gonna inflame. Someone get this moron to recovery girl. Wait, I'm fine. I'm absolutely okay. Yeah, right? Kyoku scowled at him, and pigs fly, cats swim and fishes can build snowmen, he groaned. Turning back to the class in a less hostile manner, he asked, someone? Anyone? Or do I have to do it myself? One guy just laughs in the midst of the awkward silence. I'll do it. And Izuku feels himself lifted up to someone's back, another guy in his class. It's okay, Kyo's never wrong, he assured. And I'm Kai. Nice to meet you. Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku. The two began to make their way out of the classroom as everyone else returned to their seats, calming down and now relieved. Magnificently done. Midnight clapped, feeling a little proud. You an experienced medical or something? Hatsum spoke up, looking at Kyoku. You spoke pretty confidently. Something like that dash, Kyoku says, then spots the piggyback duo speeding out of class. Kai. Treat that guy like a piece of cracked glass. He'll die if you run too fast. Sorry. Well then they're all healed up. Recovery girl said, you might feel a little tired, so you might want to sleep a little. I've heard about your constitution, young man, and the school is going through lengths to ensure your safety in this school. Izuku nodded. Thanks, he said simply, I'm really sorry for the trouble. There it is. That's the main cause of 60% of people with a body similar to yours dying earlier than they were supposed to. Recovery girl reprimanded, sometimes, you people should just be silent and accept the help you are given. You people are another valuable part of our society and not just a burden on our shoulders. Some fail to realize that before it's too late. Wise, ma'am. Izuku sat up straight, then, he gave a shy smile and bowed, still sitting down on the chair, and thanked the old woman. I'm really grateful for it. Huffing, satisfied, recovery girl reaches for a box at the edge of the desk. She opened it and, inside and stuffed in a plethora of styrofoam, was a black ring-shaped device. It was big enough to be a bracelet or a choker, maybe, and she took it out from the packaging and handed it to Izuku. Take it, young man, she said. Izuku examined the device. It was made of a glossy material that seemed pretty high-tech. A type of metal? It was very light in weight and didn't seem like something that would immediately shatter to pieces upon falling, so it was probably a mix of plastic, metals, and etc. That's a choker I would like you to wear at all times. Recovery girl explained, I understand that your system is gradually weakening as much as you use your quirk. Your mother has expressed her feelings about this, and this school is willing to provide you with the medical surveillance you need during your education. Izuku blushed. He knew his mother made too many grocery trips. She had used an excuse to come all the way to UA by herself to request medical aid for her child. What a mommy's boy he will always be. That choker will constantly monitor your location, heart rate, temperatures, and various bodily functions, and will detect any abnormalities. It will send the information as an alarm to me, and I will rush over if anything occurs. Izuku nodded. That sounded pretty cool. And maybe Kaken would feel less worried about his daily health state now. Izuku fastened the choker in his neck, surprisingly a perfect fit, and pressed a button he found by the buckle. Affirmative. Currently checking levels of body functions. Izuku jumped at the sudden sound. That startled me dash. Current condition is stable. Well, I guess it's working fine. Recovery girl said, I'll need you to be wearing this at all times. If by any chance I stop receiving information from it, I will immediately assume you are in critical condition and send an ambulance to you, she said. What about, the bath or something dash? No. Okay. Izuku fiddled with the choker a bit, adjusting it. He'll have to get used to having it on from now. Izuku walked back into class after that, walking into what seemed like everyone getting to know each other and forming their own groups, some sleeping. But all their attention turned to Izuku as he walked in. Izuku froze in place. He's never gonna get used to this, and he hates all this attention. He's back, a girl pointed out. Did you actually go there or did you run out? If it's the latter, go back. She seemed really worried, like a stern mother or older sister overly scared for her child or her siblings. Izuku was used to that reaction, so he just chuckles. No, recovery girl said I could come back dash. Yo! The boy that carried Izuku to the infirmary, Kai, greeted. He grins, a casual wave. Seems you're feeling better. Yeah. Thanks for carrying me to the infirmary, he said, scratching his cheek, and I'm sorry if I worried anyone. Midoriya. Hatsum charges up to him. She first examines Izuku to see if he had any external injuries. No, Hatsum-san, I did not go fight in war, it was just a walk to infirmary and back. She eyes the medical choker suspiciously but dismissed it. Hatsum-san, I'm all right. Izuku says, sweat dropping. He decided to change the subject. How's your engine? Oh, I've already finished it. I'll show you later, she grins. How to distract an easily distracted girl? You really all right now? Someone asks. Man, you scared the hell out of us, he said. Yeah, you just went spurting blood all of a sudden. A boy nodded in agreement. Warn us or something next time. Hee hee, Izuku gave an awkward chuckle. Don't worry, it happens all the time. I'm kinda used to it. I have a pretty weak body, he explained. It doesn't usually happen in the middle of speech though. I was just feeling a little nervous and stuff. Wow, he's a sad case. You're gonna give us heart attacks like this all year long? A girl whined, looking like she's gonna cry. My mentality won't keep up. Won't we get used to it? A girl munching on potato chips in class said. Don't think I can get used to a crimson water geyser, a guy groaned. I agree. As classmates, I believe we should really look after this guy in case he suddenly dies. A suddenly very formal speech usage interrupted. What if we make a schedule for Midoriya duty so there's always someone around to look after him? Dismissing the strange comments and trying not to think much of them, Izuku gets to his seat. To his left was a familiar boy, the one called Kyoku, and he was staring off into space when Izuku stepped over. Izuku spoke up. Thanks for before, he said, bowing. I'm Midoriya. Yeah, I heard. Kyoku replies, turning to Izuku. You okay now? I'm Kyoku, he replies in a not very hostile but not the most friendly either tone. Yeah, I'm okay. Izuku beams. Nice to meet you. He reminds me of Kaken, somehow. A girl who sits in front of Izuku turns over excitedly. Mito-chan. I'm Haru. Hope we get along, she greets. Izuku smiled back. Me too. Mito-chan's gotta be a first. Never heard anyone call me that before. Feel free to tell me if you feel sick, okay? Thanks. I'm Nagomi, by the way, a boy to his right greeted, looking forward to the year ahead, Midoriya. He had a book in his hand, and turned over casually for a brief greeting before turning back. Oh, me too. Izuku said. This was his new class. And my baby, an upgrade of hoverboard I made for you during exam is super duper lightweight, durable, and I found a way to improve the balance. That's awesome, Hatsum-san. Bakugou Katsuki perked up at the familiar voice. He had been gobbling down his food. Oh my god, was he hungry after that stupid physical test, and although it was insanely crowded, he heard the voice loud and clear. Oh, it's Deku. He noted silently. He lifted his head up and looked around, searching for signs of the green-haired boy in this crowd. If memory served him right, Izuku's lungs don't do well with crowds. And there Katsuki found him. Midoriya Izuku, chatting with a girl with pink hair. The girl chatted excitedly and boisterously to Izuku. Izuku occasionally smiles and replies briefly before the girl cuts in again. Katsuki tuts. Swallowing the rest of his juice down in one gulp, he makes his way over. He tosses the empty carton in the trash and cuts through the crowd. He got over there in about 10 steps. He probably bumped into a few people that said, sorry, but whatever, and stopped right in front of the two equally tall support course students. Kaken? Izuku takes in his presence with slight surprise. Oh. Hatsum paused, not very delighted at being interrupted, but Katsuki grabs Deku by the arm and tugs him forward. Izuku, stunned for a moment, fall forward, is stabilized by the arm, and ends up behind Katsuki. He turns back around to see Katsuki glowering at Hatsum. Who are you? Being very straight to the point, a very Bakugou-like thing to do. A dash. Izuku quickly realized the hostility his friend was showing. Wait, Kaken, she's dash. Shush. He growled briefly at the green-haired before turning back to the girl. You hear me? I'm Hatsum Mei from the support course, she grinned, unfazed by the threatening glare she was receiving. Who are you, rude guy? She probably didn't mean any harm, but Katsuki was irked anyway. I'm taking this wimp with me, he grumbled. Deku, get over here. He grabbed Izuku's arm and began dragging him away. Wait, Kaken dash. Hatsum grabbed Katsuki by the shoulder. Excuse me, but I was talking to him first, she said, a smile on her face showing irritation. And he seems to object to your rough handling, so could you dash? The F. Do you know about Deku? Katsuki snapped. Leave him be. That's my line. Hatsum snapped back. Who are you anyway? Izuku, standing at the side, began to panic. Oh no, they've started fighting because of me, I gotta stop this, but how Kaken, I don't think they'll hear me interrupt them, cough. The two abruptly stopped and snapped their heads over. It worked. Izuku chuckled as he wiped his mouth with his handkerchief. Kaken, this Hatsum Mei-san, and she's in the same support class as me. She's helped me through the entrance exam and dash. He decided to step in while he could. And Hatsum-san, this is Bakugou Katsuki. He's got a really cool quirk and is in the hero course. He's my childhood friend and has been taking care of me since young. This is the first ever year we're in separate classes, so I guess he's a little worried dash. Who's worried? A childhood friend. Hatsum seemed surprised, sarcasm was in her voice, but she seems to have understood the situation now and looked at it in a more joking manner. I'd think such a guy would be a stalker or something. Unexpectedly, you're just an overprotective boyfriend that won't let your dear baby go anytime soon. The F you say, beach? Boyfriend? Izuku questions, but basically yeah. Do you? Hero course? How interesting. Hatsum says, you look more like a villain than anything. The F you say, beach? Kaken, you already used that line. Izuku tugs at his childhood friend's shirt, in a vain attempt at trying to calm them again. And I really owe a lot to Hatsum-san, so could you get along for my sake? No. Katsuki snaps, and hell, I don't even think she's healthy to be around. You don't need any more risks in this world. But Kaken, I survived you. Izuku says, another talkative person won't hurt me. Deku, do you want me to punch you? Yeah. Hey. Hatsum cuts in, this is definitely assault right there. Don't you know how fragile this poor boy is? She reprimands Katsuki. I think you're the one he should stay away from. You shut up. Katsuki snaps. I knew something went on during the entrance exam when he literally came home with a fever. He went home with a fever? Hatsum freaked out. Midoriya, you didn't tell me. I knew it. You did something, didn't you? Wait, no, Kaken. I was just too nervous throughout the whole day that time and dash. Nevertheless, Midoriya is my classmate. I deserve the right to be with him. Hatsum retorts, you're not in his class. Quit coddling him. Who's coddling him, you or me? In my opinion, both of you. Izuku mumbled, unheard. He looked at the clock. Oh, it's about time to eat my medicine. Both reacted, sit down. They both ordered instantly, Katsuki shoving him into a seat. I'll get some water, was Hatsum dashing off. Wow, Izuku silently thinks, maybe I should do this every time. When the water came, he swallowed his medicine promptly, huffing when he was done. Thanks, he smiled. The two still glared at each other like cat and dog, but they put up with it and turned to Izuku, Hatsum smiling back with, you're welcome, and Katsuki sitting down on the other side of the table. Seeing that, Hatsum slips in beside Izuku. Katsuki notices the new apparatus on Izuku's neck. What's that thing? Oh, I forgot to ask. Hatsum remembers it too. You got it from the infirmary, right? Izuku nods. Recovery girl gave it to me. It monitors my condition and sends data back to her. She explained, I'm not allowed to take it off. Well, that puts me at ease. Hatsum sighs in relief. Emergency medical treatment will reach you instantly from now on. That's what Inko came here to do? Katsuki mumbled. Wait, Kaken, you knew my mom came here? Izuku was surprised. You're the only one that didn't. Kaken. The blonde pretended to not hear as he speeds up his pace, muttering frustrated curses under his breath as he walks a ways ahead of Izuku. Kaken. His grumbling grew angrier instead, focused on the road back to their neighborhood. Wait for it. This made the blonde stop. He turned around to see the black-haired boy on the floor, seemingly having tripped and fallen down face first. Ow, ow, the boy whined, picking himself up slowly. Katsuya groaned, rolling his eyes. He takes an angry step forward and crouches down before the boy. Katsuki brushes away Izuku's bangs, has him show his palms and such as he checks for any injuries. Hey, Kaken, Izuku speaks up, and Katsuki looks up curiously with a HN. Izuku gives Katsuki a sweet, sweet smile he reserves only for Katsuki. Even after everything, you still worry, huh? Katsuki tuts, poking the boy in the forehead. I'm not worried. You just scare the shit out of people sometimes. I'm sorry for scaring you, then Kaken. Izuku chuckles. I'm not scared, Kame. The snappy response. Then what? Izuku asks, his head tilted to the side. Katsuki, now at a loss of words, gives an angry grunt and stands back up. He turns around and walks away again. Wait. Kaken. Izuku quickly gets up. Are you still angry about Hatsum-san? At the name, Katsuki twitches in anger. Don't bring her up, he yells. And you. I don't like her, so don't get near her. Have you forgotten Dash? The girl that bullied me, the girl that yelled at me because she liked you but all your attention was on me, and the girl that, I don't know, spilled ice cream over my shirt? It's a serious problem. Katsuki reprimands. We're in different classes. I can't spend as much time with you anymore. The hell can I do if something happens when you're out of my sight? But Hatsum-san's a nice person, Dash. You're too trusting. Everyone takes advantage of you the moment I let you out of my eyes. Have you forgotten the time you almost got kidnapped because you thought there was candy in that truck? I was 6 years old, Kaken. Izuku blushed madly, and like Dash, he looks away. Let me have some friends at least. Katsuki lets out a noise that was a mix of pained screaming by and frustrated griping. Just no, he yells. I'm trying to protect you here, can't you just listen? Hey, Kaken, he speaks up. I've been wondering, but are you jealous? And who came the instant denial? Hell effing no. Katsuki screamed. And Izuku had on the face of the happiest man alive. Katsuki, not taking the sheet anymore, turns around and stomps away, not turning back. Secretly, he hid a blush that was growing on his face. Kaken, you tsundere. Izuku was a clumsy child. So when he'd neglected to cover himself completely with a blanket before he went to sleep, he woke up sneezing. His arms were freezing and his mind was foggy. Instantly he knows he's caught a cold. He blows his nose. He scrunches up his nose in irritation as he realizes he would have to skip school today if anyone found out. But today was the second day of school. It's when the classes really start. Thankfully, he realized his nose wasn't running. After that first sniffle, it all faded into a light fever and a sore throat. Izuku's sicknesses were always things he didn't want to worry himself thinking about. He changes into his school uniform and puts a smile on his face. His fever's barely there, his throat's pretty sore, but otherwise he's okay. And so he heads to school. But on the way, he needs to trick Kaken. And he knew exactly how to trick Kaken. Let's go, Kaken. He glides around in a strange, makeshift hoverboard he had made just yesterday. 3 pieces of magnets. 2 were attracted to each other, while the other repelled. Placed at a proper angle, it caused the other 2 to lift into the air. Then, Izuku fixed them at a set position with hard plastic and small metals. He only needs to move 1 magnet to move the rest. Something he had the idea of after seeing Hatsum's hoverboard at the entrance exam. Hey! Wait! Katsuki yells, running after the boy gliding around at bicycle speed. Don't use your quirks so much. This much is okay, Kaken. No, it is not. Get down. But Izuku merrily leads Kaken on a chicken run all the way to school, the latter breathing heavily at the end of it. They were lucky Deku wasn't caught for unlicensed usage of quirks. He'd avoided those roads. Deku was the first thing he yelled. Too late though, he chuckled, scratching the back of his head as he dropped himself down. We're already at school. Do it again and I'll blow you off to the moon. I'm serious. Yeah, I know. Izuku sighed. He had finally gotten out of that lecture about how he should stop trying to kill yourself, and had just arrived at class. There was about 5 minutes left on the clock before homeroom. His head now felt heavy, not just because of the growing fever but because of a bump from when Katsuki smacked him on the head before reprimanding. Morning, he greeted the class. Morning, someone greeted back. You look dispirited, added the next. Something happened? Your boyfriend give you trouble? Hatsune added jokingly. I see you have your hover magnets on hand. Boyfriend? A girl shrieks, you have a boyfriend? Who? Not a boyfriend, Hatsune, he sighs. He's just my childhood friend. Midori-san, that's the one line in the world that traps 80% of the population in an eternal, traumatic curse called the friend zone. Nagomi, who sits next to Izuku in class, pipes in. Izuku is curious what that means. Nagomi is smacked in the head. Moron, Kyoku, who also sits next to Izuku in class, scolds him. What are you teaching him? Their conversation is interrupted by a long dash. Kai barges in like a baseball player receiving safe, on-timey. Kyoku gave a sarcastic clap. Congrats, that's the first time in 5 years. You're the one that left me behind, came the retort. You know I'm never early without you. I did it on purpose, you lazy butt. I've got kids at home, I don't need another big baby. But Kai's speech was cut short. He seemed to be confused for a second, staring at Kyoku, then slowly turned his head towards Midoriya Izuku. Huh? And Izuku wasn't the only one confused by the situation. Even Kyoku was. There was a pause in the situation as Kai seemed to be staring blankly at the boy. Kai gets up quickly, marches up to Izuku and knocks their foreheads together. This earns him a blush from Izuku, a gasp from a few people, a squeal from a girl and a series of what the S and highs from the rest of the class. Yep, it's you. Kai declares a moment later, you've got a fever. That, regardless of whether they understood the situation or not, erupted the Deku protection squad into action. Being commanded to go to the infirmary by a company of mother hens doesn't feel very good, but okay. And so Izuku walks alone, he insisted, towards the infirmary. Recovery girl probably noticed his temperature, but probably also noticed him going towards her. He sighed. The struggles of being a sickly human being is real. His head felt increasingly heavy at each step, and he couldn't help but wonder why this is his life. He coughed. He ducked to the side of the road as he hacked and spat out blood, feeling more pain in each cough. After what seemed like an eternity he stopped, and he had to struggle to catch his breath. That one hurt, he whined internally, and I forgot my handkerchief. He had been headed to the infirmary. Didn't think he'd need. Blood was all over his mouth now and he definitely can't walk the rest of his way like this. His head was pounding. Maybe he shouldn't have come to school at all. Maybe he shouldn't have been so stubborn about it. Maybe. Man, Kaken would be enraged to hear about this. A series of gasps reach his ears and he turns to the side to see two mortified faces. A girl with brown hair in a bob cut and a tall boy with dark blue hair, wearing glasses. They were staring at him with terrified expressions. Oh no, someone saw me. His first thought. Blood, the girl freaked out. That's blood. A dash. Izuku quickly speaks up, but was talked over by the boy who was calling for someone. This person dash. He's bleeding from his mouth, he yelled, his hand moving robotically to emphasize his words, trying not to panic. Wait dash. But Izuku was spoken over again. Someone. Call a teacher, we need an ambulance, the girl yelled again. Wait. No, I'm fine dash. Izuku panics instead. No. If I make a scene Kaken will notice, and he did not want to finish his sentence at all. He feared just thinking of the consequences. This is dash. The two turned over, curious as to what he was going to say. I was drinking tomato juice. A brilliant idea struck his mind at the last second. What the hell am I saying briefly crossed his mind, but he had no better plan. I drank too fast and choked. There was a moment of silence. Yeah, of course they call my bluff. Oh, I see. The girl nods in understanding. It's tomato juice? My apologies, the boy says, albeit skeptical. It seems we have misunderstood, then. They're believing me? Seriously? Man, that was surprising. The girl breathed out a sigh of relief. Scary. You must really like tomato juice, huh? The boy joked. Oh, would you like a tissue? The girl offered. Yes, please. Somehow, they became friends. Todoroki didn't know what to expect when he heard coughing, but he probably didn't think it'd be a boy his age, hacking up blood and stuck in a coughing fit that seemed to hurt. "What are you doing?" he had to ask. The boy jumped, but didn't have the energy to do much more than turn his gaze to Todoroki, blood staining his hand and the corners of his mouth. Todoroki had to hold back a flinch. He looked sickly and very pale, and on top of all that his face flushed slightly with a fever. Keeping his cool, he maintained a neutral poker face. "I was drinking tomato juice," the boy said, avoiding Todoroki's eyes. Todoroki sighed. "I can see that's not true," he said. "Can't you come up with a better lie than that?" The boy chuckled awkwardly. "Sorry," he said. "Could you pretend you never saw me then?" "That's out of the question," Todoroki snapped, although he kept up a calm farce. "I'm an aspiring hero, and heroes don't just leave when they see such a situation." The boy laughed slightly. "To be very honest, I'm feeling very sick, my fever's very high, my throat burns and I think I might throw up soon, but this is a normal thing for me so I just thought, never mind, and here I am." Todoroki stands, appalled at the situation, and lets out a groan. "You're going to the infirmary," he says. "Come on, I'll help you there," he offers, extending a helping hand. "Oh, I can make it by myself dash. I'm helping." "Yes." Todoroki quickly swoops down and lifts the boy up in his arms. The boy squeaked in surprise, and begins walking away. Classes had already started so no one was around. Not that he really minded but, a dash. "Wait, I can walk by myself, at least dash." The boy blushed, gripping tightly at Todoroki's clothes in worry he would fall. "You look like you can barely keep your eyes open," Todoroki argues. This guy was light. Too freaking light. And for some reason he was the perfect size for how Todoroki was carrying him. "But dash. Just for a while please." Todoroki resorted to polite speech, hoping the boy would cave. And he did. The boy's head drooped and relaxed, his eyes closing and his weight leaning towards Todoroki's chest now. "I think I should hurry." Todoroki felt a little scared. This guy seemed like he was dying. And so he rushed, trying to give as smooth a ride as he could to the infirmary. "It wasn't tomato juice." Uraraka Ochako whines as if she was crying. "You said it was." Now, Uraraka-kun." Ida Tenya soothes at the bob-haired girl. "You shouldn't be so rowdy towards a patient," he said. "But she right. Next time, if you feel sick, tell us straight out instead of lying about it, all right?" He turned to Izuku for a brief, stern, but not angry reprimanding. "Yes." Izuku smiles at them. "I'm sorry for worrying you." It was recess now. Todoroki, Izuku had exchanged names a while ago, brought him here and he had received an 4 from Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl was angry, saying, "I thought you'd never get here," but gave him emergency treatment anyway. It seemed Todoroki had also told Uraraka and Ida about it as well, seeing as Izuku mentioned them before he left to class. "I didn't think 3 people from 1A could chance upon me all at once." Izuku admits, "And you're all in Kaken's class too." Kaken? Speaking of him, Izuku wasn't looking forward to confronting Explosion Boy. "Deku, you moron," a voice traveled down the hallway. "Uraraka-san. Ida-kun. Pretend I'm not here," he says, tugging out his 4 and ducking under the bed. Recovery Girl wasn't around to yell at him for pulling out the needle. Why? Shoo. Bakugou Katsuki slams the door open. "My goodness. Keep it down. This is an infirmary," came Ida. Robot brain and angel face. Katsuki groaned. "The F you doing here?" "HM-. Uraraka suddenly understands the situation. We're looking for Recovery Girl, but it seems she isn't here dash." Whatever." He grumbled under his breath and decides to turn away from them. "You're in here, I know it. Like I said, please show proper conduct in an infirmary." Ida complains. Katsuki pulls the covers aside. No one on the bed. He crouches down and looks under the bed. Uraraka and Ida flinch. "Hi, Izuku, what's the weather like down there?" he asks with a sickly sweet, "I will kill you" smile. Izuku's timid, nervous voice softly responds, "I'm not sure, but there's a storm outside so I thought I'd get under some shade." Katsuki glares at Uraraka and Ida. The two, in fear of Bakugou, slowly creeps out of the infirmary. "I mean, it's Bakugou, what's the worst that can happen?" So, You've been feeling sick since morning? Katsuki opted for a more comfortable seating position now, the smile on his face growing amused. Why yeah. Izuku was a nervous wreck. And you still came to school? Katsuki was unfazed by the fear in his friend's voice as he continued his interrogation. I thought I'd be fine. Izuku says softly, and like, I didn't want to skip school. There was a pause. Get out here Deku I will Katsuki couldn't deal with this sheet anymore. Why on earth do you always do stupid shit like this? I'll come out only if you promise to not end me. Get out here damn it. What's up Midoriya? Hatsum called, entering the infirmary to visit Izuku. Izuku was looking traumatized. What happened Midoriya? She rushed over quickly. Were you attacked? Izuku shook his head, forcing his lips to curve upwards. Kaken was just really mad, he admitted, and then Recovery Girl got angry at me because I tore out the 4. That guy again? I can punch him for you, Ino. Hatsum says, settling down on a chair beside Izuku. No one treats an injured boy worse than him. No, it's okay. Izuku chuckles. Kaken may act like that, but it's just his way of expressing himself, he explains. He's actually just worried. Scared, maybe, that I'll rebound again. Hatsum watches Izuku. Izuku always seemed to have that sparkle in his eyes when he talks about Bakugou Katsuki. As frustrating as it was, Hatsum was secretly glad that the spark also existed when he spoke to her. But I still don't like him. He's trying to claim you for himself, but Midoriya, you're everyone's, she said, taking his hand. Of course, most of all, you belong to yourself. And it's not your fault you're sick. Hatsum-san. Not just him, everyone's worried about you. Everyone probably cares just as much as he does. Probably not as deeply as Bomber Boy, but just know that we all do. Izuku holds in a chortle. He felt like crying, but the tears didn't come. He felt blessed, but also really useless. He was a being that should be protected, and he had already accepted that there was no otherwise. Still he felt sad. He was a burden. He brought a smile to his face. Yeah. I'm glad I have you all, Hatsum-san. Hatsum smiles back. We're all glad to have you as well, Midoriya. Midoriya, welcome back. He was greeted upon entering the classroom. He had managed to make it back for afternoon classes, and he was glad when everyone had smiles on when he returned. Oh, Midoriya. Present Mike was teaching English now. Welcome back, he greeted dramatically. Heard you caused some trouble up for sweet old Recovery Girl. About that. Izuku chuckled nervously. I'm sorry. He then smiled. I'm back. Thanks, everyone. Nagomi, help Midoriya catch up with everything all right? Present Mike said. Wouldn't want him falling behind in his studies. Sure, I've got notes. Nagomi passes a book to Izuku. Ask me anything you don't know, he offered. Doubt I'll be much help though. I'm an idiot. How does that work? Izuku questions, settling in his seat. Okay. Present Mike declares. Now that we're all here, let's resume the lesson. Greetings, everyone. Midnight Sensei declares again today. How are you all? Great, was one reply. How about you, Sensei? Midnight Sensei, you're chippy as always. A comment from a boy. I'm tired, can I go back to sleep? Kyoka groans. A bright mood is the start for a bright day. Midnight Sensei orders. Be happy everyone. I, as you can see, am doing great. And Kyoko, wake up, she pointed at the boy. A series of chuckles passed around the classroom. Another bright day, another sparkly morning that's luckily not too shiny for Midoriya Izuku. He smiled as the class went on making snarky comments at each other, creating a lively atmosphere. This is a little late, but I'll want to use today's homeroom to pick our class presidents. Cheers. The majority got excited, raising their hands going, me, or I want to do it, while the minority was filled with unmotivated people that either were too shy to start jumping around or were just plainly not interested in the position. Izuku shyly raised a hand, looking at his table. Kyoko had already gone back to sleep and no one pointed that out. People like Hatsum and Nagomi raised both hands and declared, me. I want to do it. Calm yourselves. Midnight Sensei's words calmed the rioting monkeys down instantly. Let's be fair and go for a voting, all right? She shot the class a charming smile she used in her stuckens. And although the intentions were lustful, the class still swooned over their irresistible, beautiful babe of a teacher. Yes, ma'am. And the end result was, whoever voted for me, kill yourselves. Quirk was so enraged you could barely call that anger anymore. He glared at every corner of the room like the spawn of the devil, his face dark and glowering, and the girl representative bowed, politely. Once again, my name is Mikazuki Kitsumi. She was a stony girl, her expressions mostly unreadable as she says in a soft, calm voice, "Thanks for voting for me." And so, Midnight interrupts, "These two are henceforth your class representatives." The class applauded. "I think you'll make a great president, Kyoku-san." Izuku tries his best to console the boy that was currently rage-eating with all his might. Kyoku didn't give an answer, furiously chewing and swallowing all at once, then taking a long slurp at his juice before finally deciding to breathe. Full of gusto. Hatsum laughed. "Just what I'd want my class president to be like," she joked. Kyoku shot her a glare. "Oh, to be fair, I voted for myself. I've no idea who were the 5 votes that got to you." Hatsum shook her hand nonchalantly. "Then was it you, Izuku?" Kyoku growled. "Adash." There was a pause. "You're one of them, aren't you?" Kyoku's menacing stare was horrifying. "Oi. I can explain." Izuku raises his hands up at his face in meager attempt to protect himself. "Also dash." The loud scream of a siren interrupted him. "Security level 3 has been breached. Please evacuate the premises accordingly." "Security level 3? Hatsum questioned. People instantly lifted off their chairs and turned away from their food, rushing towards the exit area of the cafeteria. There was a lot of noise and ruckus as chaos ensued. "What's happening?" Kyoku raised his voice to ask. "You guys come too," an upperclassman responded. "It means there's been an infiltration." At that, the 3 stood up quickly. "Oh no!" Hatsum gasped. "These things can happen in UA? I've heard it happen before, but that was years ago." Kyoku's first reaction was to take Izuku by the hand, and they started towards the exit. "Ah, wait, Kyoku-san." Izuku spoke up. He didn't need to continue, as they all saw the problem. The sudden alarm has caused a mass panic to occur at the exit of the cafeteria. Humans clumped together in a horribly stuffy struggle, shouts and yells went unheard, and no one was able to make any progress in their evacuation. "Guess we can't come this way." Kyoku sighed. "Let's go." He pulled Izuku towards the other direction. "Where are we going?" Hatsum asked, following behind. Izuku couldn't help but be nervous at the fact that these two were being way too calm in this situation. I mean, UA is being infiltrated. A hero academy. It could mean villains and... Izuku sighed. They ended up in class, where a certain girl sat down at her seat, nibbling at a potato chip and reading a novel. "Oh, Kitsumi." Kyoku let go of Izuku and walked over to the female class representative. "Aren't you gonna run?" Kitsumi looked up, took a moment to register his identity, and shook her head. "I'm not a good runner, so I thought that staying in place would be better," she explained. "You?" "I was thinking we could maybe escape with my babies." Hatsum piped in. Or that was Kyoku's plan anyway. "You coming?" Kyoku offered. "I can." She asked, seemingly surprised but her expressions not changing. "Sure, you can." Izuku smiles sweetly. She seemed to notice something for a moment, although hard to discern with her lack of emotions. "Never mind," she told them. "What does that mean?" was a confused question by Kyoku. Just as the inquiry was passed, people began gathering back towards the classes. They spoke more relaxed now and walked more orderly, as if they were now out of danger. "False alarm." Kitsumi mumbled. "What sort of ending is this?" There are many ways support heroes can work. Most focus on building gadgets and the like to help the professional heroes adapt to changes in battle and fill up their weaknesses, but there are some who work a little differently. For example, Kyoku focuses more in his observational experience and his developed skills from being the oldest of a family of 8 plus 1 animal. Although he does not know much of actual medicinal knowledge, he finds little ways to keep people having positive influences on their health. There's also the technological side of him, but that's another point for another day. Here's something that happened today. Kyoku doesn't really like troublesome matters. He's sick and tired of everyone in the world, and his dropping grades aren't helping. He's had a sleepless night. His youngest brother Iruku had been bawling till sunrise like the baby he was, and nothing Kyoku did calmed the little screamer down. He swears to God he hates children. Why did I take in a whole family of brats again? Morning, Kyoku-san, came the cheerful greeting from one Midoriya Izuku. Today again, he smiles like a child as he brightens up the mood around him. Morn. Kyoku mumbles before plopping back down on his desk to sleep. Long night? Izuku asks. Sure, came Kai's voice. He's contemplating his life choices and regretting every decision he's made. Shut up, you mind reading, a-hole? So mean, Kyo. Kai whines. And my Quirk's not mind reading, Huh, was Izuku's unanswered confusion. The rest of the pre-homeroom hours were background noise and people not talking to Kyoku as he tried to catch some rest, but one loud voice stood out among the walla. Kaya. That's so cute, a girl's voice. Where'd you get that? My Quirk kinda attracts small ones like these. A girl speaks up. I didn't notice it in my bag. Kyoku lifts his head up. A girl by the doorway was surrounded by much of the class. Taking a closer look, she held a little baby chick in her hand, softly petting it as she chuckles lightly. Izuku was in that crowd too. He was in awe at the tiny thing, and the tiny thing seemed to enjoy the attention. The classmates that stayed in their seats smiled at the crowd and the peacefulness of everyday life. Midoriya Izuku. From the first day Kyoku saw him, he knew that this guy was slightly weaker than others. The way he smiles, the way he moves, the way he acts, all evident signs Kyoku has studied before. And as a lover of children and as one that had a natural older brother tendency, he felt a soft spot for the frizzly-haired boy. Kyoku, yawning, decides to walk over to the crowd. Oh, morning, Kyoku-san, someone greeted. Morning, he greets back. Can I touch that? He asks, surprising some. The girl smiles. Sure. Kyoku reaches out for the thing, caressing the soft fur before removing his hand. He put his hands together, fingers intertwined, and opens it to reveal another baby chick. Whoa! Another one! Cute. Can I have it? Kyoku held his hands out, palms up, and little baby chicks just flooded out of his hands. Stop. Kyoku. I'm in tiny chick heaven. So fluffy. After creating a tiny mountain of yellow fluff balls at the entrance, Kyoku calmly walks back to his seat. Half of the class was trying to deal with the chicks that were now jumping around. The class was either by screaming, catching, or gathering, while the other half that stayed in their seats sweat dropped. Kai couldn't stop laughing for a while. Izuku kept one chick in his hair and no one noticed until recess. This is what happens when Kyoku gets a sudden impulse while half asleep. I'm glad you've been doing fine, aside from your usual wet coughing. Recovery girl smiled kindly at the boy. I'm happy you've been taking proper care of yourself. Izuku scratches the back of his head, bashful at the praise. No, really, he denies. It's because everyone around me's so overprotective. Then I should thank them too. Recovery girl turned around on her spinning armchair. You can head back to class now, dear. Oh dash, Izuku stands up quickly. Thank you very much. Don't neglect your medicine, don't do anything stupid, and don't forget your studies either, she reminded. Yes, ma'am. Izuku walks down the hallway, glad that his weekly checkup is over with for now. Oh, you. Izuku turns to the call. A teacher, Izuku guesses, as it was an adult that spoke to him. Black, long hair and eyes that looked every form of tired. He wore a strange, white scarf around his neck that buried the lower half of his face. Oh, he remembers Present Mike mentioning him as a joke in English class. He's the homeroom teacher for the hero course, 1A. That's Kaken's class. Yes. Izuku asked. Aizawa-sensei. You're Midoriya, aren't you? He said. The kid Mike mentioned. The sick kid. Present Mike-sensei mentioned me? Izuku gave an awkward chuckle at the last part. Yeah, I think so. You've got self-study after this, right? Aizawa wasn't really expecting an answer. You willing to come on a class with the hero course for a bit? Huh. Izuku was mildly surprised. Sure, afternoon classes today consisted of free time to build some inventions of our own and exchange ideas among classmates, usually without a teacher's interference. To be simple, it's just called self-study. Well, I don't mind, but you get to test out your inventions. Aizawa said. Sure. The words escaped his mouth before he could think twice. Great. Follow me. So this guy's coming with us. Aizawa pointed at Izuku. For the rescue class, it'd be more realistic if we had someone that actually dies a little every now and then as the casualty we need to rescue. Am I supposed to ignore that? The class was a mixture of excited at his appearance, it's Deku-kun, curious as to who he was, and what does sensei mean dies a little every now and then. Being nonchalant about it, well, seems interesting. We get a better experience, at least. Being pumped up or feeling motivated can't be uncool in front of a support student. Or just plain angry. The last one was, of course, Kaken. Izuku stared blankly, trying not to let it be shown how terrified he currently was. His train of thought went something like this. I'm regretting this, oh my god, he's glaring at me, he's freaking glaring at me. Katsuki was staring at Izuku as if Izuku was a dog that chewed through his favorite sneakers. And puppy dog eyes did not work against Bakugou Katsuki. Anyway, Aizawa-sensei spoke up, it is entirely your choice to wear your costumes or not. You have 15 minutes to get ready and assemble at field. He told his class. Yes, sir. The hero course? Kyoku seemed skeptical. Why would they ask you? Hero course? That's awesome. Hatsum, in contrast, was excited. Imagine all the ideas that would float into your mind when we see the newbie heroes with premature quirks. Oh, now that I think about it, Aizu, you focus on creating devices that suit particular quirks, right? Kai chirped in. Then you should really go. There's a limit when you keep making stuff for non-combatants like us. Isn't it a lil risky? Who's on Mido-chan duty today? Haru joined the conversation. I think we left the day free for his buddy. Nagomi mumbled. Mr. Boyfriend, whoever that was? I need to see this guy one day. I'm not letting him have my baby without permission. Kai quotes, says Kyoku. Kyoku smacks him in the face. Perfect. Hatsum laughed. We're at ease. That's how it is, so I'm sorry I can't help you guys out today. Izuku hoisted his bag up on his shoulders. Make sure to fill me in on all that's happened after I'm back. Of course. Kai laughed. Don't push yourself, was Kyoku's nonchalant warning. He's going with the hero course, so he'll be fine, no? Kai chuckled. Tell me all about your baby's successes or failures too. Hatsum grinned. Make sure you use them in the best possible way. Be careful, was Nagomi. Don't forget to have fun. I'm off. Izuku smiled back. He reached the assembly point right when the last of the A-class students had gathered. The weight of all the stuff he wanted to bring had been hard to lug around, so he lifted some of them slightly with his quirk so it was easier on his back. He got on the bus and they headed off. Hey there. I'm Kirishima. A boy with spiky, red hair greeted Izuku on the bus. Pleased to meet ya. He extended a hand in lieu of a handshake, a bright, toothy grin on his face. Oh Izuku lightly panicked as he took the hand in a hurry. I'm Midoriya. He introduces himself nervously. Nice to meet you. I'm Kaminari. I'm Mineta. Hey, a girl interrupted. She had black hair pulled to the back in a ponytail, and her outfit was a little skimpy, although in a different and slightly more modest way from Midnight Sensei. You're overwhelming him. Take it easy with the new names, guys, she warned. I'm fine. Izuku smiled to assure her the truth. I'm actually having fun. The girl smiled too. I'm Yayorozu Momo, she introduced herself. There it is. The student with the longest last name in class. Kaminari muttered jokingly. A glare was shot at him and he raised his hands in surrender. Hey, Midoriya-chan, the girl that sat right beside Izuku spoke up. Izuku took in her features, long, dark hair, big eyes, a hunched back and a wide mouth. Izuku stopped because he shouldn't be staring at a girl so much. It's been bothering me. But what did Aizawa-sensei mean by you die a little every now and then? She asked. If you don't mind me asking, that is. This got the attention of a few people who were really curious. A dash. Izuku tilted his head aside. Please call me Tsuyu-chan. Tsuyu adds. Tsuyu-san then. Izuku compromised. Well, basically dash. Hey. Bakugou Katsuki interjects. Mind your own business, frog, he snaps. Eyes turn to him in surprise. Katsuki was a short-fused person. That's no news, but this came out of nowhere. Hey, Kaken. Izuku retorts. Don't be mean to girls, he reprimands. Kaken? Kirishima freaked out. You shut up. Katsuki snaps. Why the hell did you come along anyway? Do you seriously want to die or something? I won't die. Izuku whines. That's what I heard the last time you nearly drowned. Katsuki retorts. Kaken, do you have photographic memory or something? Izuku groans. Kirishima spoke to the rest of the class because the two were in a heated argument. What's this? Childhood friends, apparently. Ida mumbles. They have a great friendship, although violent. Don't worry, I don't think Bakugou-kun will kill Deku-kun. Uraraka giggles nervously, trying to assure them while not being assured herself. Izuku coughed. All heads turned. Blood. Look, this is what I just freaking said. Katsuki scolds. Oh. Blood. Kirishima stands up. Guess that answers my question. Azui adds nonchalantly, Are you okay, Midoriya-chan? I'm okay. Izuku assures them. It happens all the time, so dash. Izuku receives a tissue from Uraraka and thanks her. Really, I'm actually feeling great today. Recovery girl gave me an okay too. Really? Katsuki has now given up on stopping Deku. Really, I'll be fine. Izuku chuckled. Well, if anything happens, recovery girl will have my head, so dash. Aizo-sensei spoke up. All of you, protect him like your life depends on it. Yes, sir. Whoa. Is this Universal Studios Japan, USJ, or something? Some gasped in awe at the incredible sight. Floods, landslides, ruins, etc. A new voice interrupted. This is a practical training area I created to simulate various accidents and disasters. They turned to the source of the voice, a person in a full-body spacesuit. This is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, also known as USJ. Wow, it's seriously USJ. It's the space hero number 13. Izuku said excitedly. He's the gentlemanly hero whose expertise is in disaster relief. Kia. I've always loved number 13. Uraraka cheers hyperactively. Well then, 13 clears his throat. Before we begin, just remember one thing or two. Or three. Or four. They're increasing. Midoriya, Aizawa-sensei catches his attention, waving at Izuku to come closer toward him. You get a different set of rules. Oh yes, sir. Izuku, careful not to disturb the guest teacher, trots over to the black-haired teacher. Try not to let your creations take up too much of your time, firstly. The hero course takes priority here, so make sure it doesn't interfere. Aizawa began. Also, if by any chance you feel the slightest but unwell, tell anyone near you. Recovery girl has you on radar, but it doesn't mean anything if she can't reach you on time. Izuku nodded. Before I forget, Midnight Sensei also requests a full report on everything that occurs today, and that you share the results with your class when you return. H? Izuku couldn't resist the whine. I understand, he mumbled. Well, I was planning on making notes for Hatsum-san and the others, so I guess it's fine. But I'm testing out Mai and Kyoku-san's joint invention, so should I ask his permission? What if I use it but he says no to sharing? Would I get in trouble? Oh, but if I don't mention using it, maybe no one will know dash. He was interrupted by the class applauding to 13th's speech. Bravo, Wenida. Everyone was now excited as 13 bowed dramatically. Aizawa sighs, leaning against the railing. Okay, he decides to speak up. First things first dash. He paused. His eyes drifted to the fountain, quickly locking in on an out-of-place black splotch in midair. The little, dark purple wisp began to swirl around like a vortex. As it spiraled, it grew, and grew, and grew at an alarming pace. A hand emerged from the fog. A severed hand that had been planted on a face. Izuku didn't know where to start describing him, but when the man stepped out of the mist onto park grounds, it didn't take rocket science to know this guy wasn't supposed to be here at all. Severed hands all over his body as if it was a suit or a style. He was all skin and bones, his hair a faded, dirty shade of light blue. Unlike Izuku, Aizawa didn't spend the moment to ascertain his enemy's appearance. He spun towards the students and 13, shouting orders off the back of his mind. Huddle together and don't move. The most important first step of facing unprecedented dangers. Heads turned in surprise, mostly in a confused stun. Huh. But this was not the time. Aizawa turns to his current hero companion. 13. Protect the students. There was no time to hesitate. He fixed his goggles in place, already knowing the next course of action he was to take. The next instant, villains of all shapes and quirks burst through the haze in hordes. What's this? Is this like the entrance exam or dash? Kirishima inquired, voicing out confusion that most other students had. Don't move. Eraserhead snapped at his student. Those are villains. Aizawa Shoyuta first had to leap down. The villains, underestimating him, went down one by one. The difference in experience closed the gap in their advantage in numbers. 13 began to evacuate the students from the park. Eraserhead. Alright. His expertise has always been with one-on-group battles. Izuku mumbled, taking in the information. Hey Deku. Katsuki pulled him back by the bag. Not the time to be mumbling. No time for analysis, Midoriya. Ida agreed, his hands moving jaggedly like a robot as he took responsibility in his role as class president. We gotta evacuate. I'm afraid I can't allow that. A large black mist instantly burst forth before them, towering over them like a tsunami. Everyone froze in their tracks, some taking a few cautious steps back at the danger. Katsuki backed up, sticking closer to Izuku and ensuring that the latter was behind him. Todoroki, catching his drift, inched closer as well, trying to keep the weaker boy out of sight. If villains found a link as weak as Izuku in their pack, the first action would be to capture him, or target him. Neither were a preferable option. Greetings. The black mist gathered to form a semi-human figure, a deep voice bellowing from a mouth not seen between the haze. We are the villain organization. I apologize for the sudden visit, but we took it upon ourselves to enter UA Academy, a home base of heroes. Izuku gulped. Aizawa-sensei's right. They barged into this place, with some crazy plan and a quirk that limited outside contact. They were after something dangerous, and Izuku knew that him being here would only made it harder for the hero course. Regarding the symbol of peace, All Might, we were wondering if we might be allowed the opportunity to extinguish him, you see. This erupted a series of gasps and wide-eyed reactions from the students. Izuku hitched a breath. All Might sensei, he thought. All Might was occasionally a surveillance teacher for the support class self-study time. Izuku knew very well the symbol of peace and how great a teacher and hero he was, with or without including their personal relations. All Might, who was unable to make it today, was their target. Was this luck, or was this misfortune? Luck for All Might and misfortune for them? Misfortune on both ends? Luck on both ends? Deku, you're mumbling. Katsuki whispered sharply. Izuku covered his mouth quickly, swearing in his mind at his carelessness. But the villain didn't seem to have been bothered. Might something have come up? Or was there a change in plans? Black Mist speaks again. Nevertheless, I shall fulfill my role. The next thing that happened was Bakugou and Kirishima springing ahead, their quirks already activating at their hands as they threw a hard punch each at the face of the Black Mist. An explosion caused by a certain boy's quirk clouded the area in gray smoke. But you didn't think we could take you out before you had the chance to start? Kirishima declared in mild pride. Katsuki huffed, a little satisfied at the punch he managed to deal. Honestly, punching Fog was strange, but his explosion could deal damage nonetheless. They reacted instantly. Izuku froze in awe, surprise and well, he knew it wasn't the time, but it was a new experience. He had never seen people his age charge up ahead like actual heroes, after all. So this is the hero course in UA. Well, that was a close shave. It's useless. Run, you too. 13, reacting faster than any student could, yelled at Katsuki and Kirishima. Run away from there, now. Too late. The black mist blew up vastly in size, like an overflowing dam, immediately engulfing the two boys in the front and surrounding instantly the rest of the students. Todoroki was right in front of Izuku, but the mist separated them right away. Izuku found himself diving headfirst into a pool of water. He brought his arms up to his face. Splash. Therapist of dolphins. I actually have no idea how I'd end this story, but I am making plans on continuing the story even after where the AU it is based on ends. I already have plans for sports festival. Oh, but we gotta be patient. Still not there yet. Being submerged in water all of a sudden was surprising, but definitely a good wake-up call. His bag pulled him downwards, but Izuku managed to regain balance with the help of his quirk, turning upright. He spotted a villain underwater. Sea creature. Mutant type, he realized, and it didn't take him long to notice that the villain wasn't alone. They're all adapted to water, this wasn't good. The villain, weapon in hand, headed straight for Izuku. Oh no, he tried to maneuver away, but no way can he outrun a fish in water, much less with a bag weighing him down. The bag. He pulled the bag off his back and tossed them aside. He would have to give up on them for now. Now what? A girl's figure emerged from the depth of the water, swiftly zooming in and planting a firm stomp on the villain's back before her presence was detected. Her eyes drifted to Izuku and she opened her mouth, a long, pink tongue structure extending itself toward the big and wrapping around his waist. Before Izuku could register, they were above the water. Him, Azui, and a young boy who he briefly remembered to be Mineta. Ugh, he heard Mineta mutter drowsily, you're a frog, but your bustiness is dash. A blush spread over Azui's face momentarily, but she acted unfazed and didn't waste any time tossing the imbecile up to the boat. For Izuku, she put him down gently and carefully so he stood on his feet. Then she brought up Izuku's bag and came up herself. Thanks, Tsuyu-san. Izuku said. He looked through his bag. The zipper had come open sometime in the scuffle, and he had to check if some things had fallen. What's in the bag, Midoriya? Azui questioned. It was abnormally heavy. Stuff from the support class. Midoriya answered simply, eyes not leaving the bag. Oh no, of all things, I lost the machine I made with Kyoku-san. That aside, we're all gonna die, Midoriya. Mineta whined. Why are you so worried about your robots now? There goes the whole rescue class, but I think we have more to worry about. Izuku dismissed Mineta's remark, almost as if he was completely ignoring it, if their target is All Might Sensei. No, but there's no way they can kill All Might. Mineta argued, dismissing the ignoring as well. I mean, he's the indestructible symbol of peace. But what if they can? Said Izuku. He's right, Mineta-kun. Azui agreed. It sounds ridiculous, but if they came so boldly into enemy territory, they must have a solid plan up their sleeve. They probably found a way to kill All Might. Mineta froze. But dash, he went. But what are we supposed to do against villains? We're fledglings. And Midoriya isn't even in the hero course, he pointed. He's the kind of guy that, if I may quote, dies a little every second. But they aren't attacking us. Izuku pointed out, looking towards the water where the enemies hovered in. They stayed a distance away from the boat, seemingly wary. Why? Why are they avoiding the boat? They have a definitive advantage in this zone. Isn't that the reason they are stationed here? Maybe they're trying to lead us into a suicidal battle in the water. But then again, Azui wouldn't be much in trouble in the water. That's it, he said. If they sent Tsuyu-san with a water animal quirk to the flood zone, that means dash. Izuku instantly froze when he realized how intently the two were staring at him. Now's not the time to have stage fright, Midoriya. Take your time, Midoriya. Azui said. Izuku breathed. What I mean is that, he started up again, calmer and more serious now. Since they sent Tsuyu-san, who's got the advantage in water, to the flood zone, it's evident that we have one advantage against them we can use. Advantage? It's our quirks. Izuku said. They don't know our quirks. This came as a surprise. That's true. Azui thought about it. If they knew I was a frog, they'd have sent me to the fire zone over there. She looked towards the building which was the conflagration zone. It wouldn't be very fun for me. That's why I think we should make the best use of our quirks, Izuku said, and luckily that's my area of expertise but dash. I can jump fairly high. Azui, understanding what he was implying, started. I can also turn my stomach inside out or secrete some poisonous mucus that kinda stings a little. Azui quickly said, the last two are pretty much useless. My quirk is called Magnet. I can control small metal objects in quite a large number. My range of control is about 10 meters. Izuku said, but regretfully speaking, I can't control anything too big. For example, controlling the boat's impossible. Mineta plucked out one of the purple ball on his head. I think it's hair, but he stuck it on the side of the boat. This is really sticky. It won't come off until about a day, depending on my health. I'm the only one immune to the stickiness, so it just bounces off me. Awkward silence. They stared at each other, neither knowing what to say or react. It's a useless quirk, I know, he cried, tears streaming out of his eyes. I told you, this is pointless. My quirk can't be used for battle at all. It's not suited for battle. Wait, no. It's an amazing quirk. Izuku panicked, trying to calm him down. I was thinking of a way to use it. The boat suddenly toppled harshly and began sinking. You're getting annoying. A villain grumbled, referring to Mineta's yelling, probably, let's just finish them already. Mineta, in a panic, started tossing his purple blobs into the water, screaming. Eventually he just pointed at the water, turning to Izuku, screaming. Don't despair on us, Mineta. Izuku tried. Don't show them your quirk. His eyes drifted to the water. The villains were wary of the unknown purple objects and were avoiding them in case they were harmful. They're cautious, Izuku noticed. His eyes drifted to his bag. Anything I can use. But we're all gonna die dash. Of all times, I lose that thing I made with Kyoku-san. Listen. Izuku spoke sharply in a forced whisper, I have a plan. Izuku began slinging a strange, earphones-like device on his head. The earbuds extended to the back of his ears and to his temples, then connected to a part at his nape, right above his choker. He switched it on. A plan? Azui questioned, dismissing the strange device. I hope it's not anything reckless, she said, suddenly remembering the boy's health condition. What plan? Mineta sniffed. He still cried in fear and paranoia, but he was at least willing to listen. I dropped a couple of things down there in the water, he started, explained his findings from his bag and the missing objects, and one of them's a twister jet. Silence immediately ensued. Izuku paused, not knowing what he said wrong. Huh, was the only thing Mineta could say. Care to elaborate? Azui inquired. Izuku held in a groan. Basically, Izuku said, it gathers air from its surroundings and sends them back out like a tornado, he said. What if there's no air in its surroundings? Azui questioned. My guess, though I've never tried, Izuku gulps, is that it would gather water. Because? A whirlpool? Mineta asks. Izuku nods in reply. Awesome. The support class is incredible. Mineta awes, cheering. But, Izuku looks down, that thing is meant to be operated by only me, he grips a fist. It has to be manually activated from the inside with my quirk, he explained. I have to turn gears and stuff. Mineta whined. Why would you give it such an annoying activation sequence? Don't ask. Izuku looked away in slight embarrassment. He sighs. I need to know its location, and how far exactly is it from me because of my distance limit. About that, Azui spoke up, raising a hand. I saw something that looked like a Pac-Man statue down there in the water, she recalled. It was when she'd first dived in and was taking in her surroundings. The strange yellow statue had taken her attention, but she had dismissed it as a prop. That's it. Izuku exclaimed. That's the device. Vortex Pac-Man 3. Do you remember where you saw it? She thought back. She looked at the villains. Around there, where that greenfish guy is, I think. I'm not very sure. She had immediately rushed to Izuku's aid after all. It's pretty heavy, So it's definitely at the water floor. Izuku said, if it's around there. The pool's depth, I'll need to get directly above it. I can't just jump in. The fishes would get me and I wouldn't be able to focus while dodging enemies, or I might get caught up in the whirlpool and that was defeat the point. What if I have Tsuyu-san go in? No, she can't handle all of the villains dash. No, Izuku realized. That's not what I should be thinking, they're not who I should be doubting. He looked at Azui and Mineta. They're heroes. Tsusen, Mineta-kun, he smiled, just go with the flow. And he leaped off the boat. Focus, Izuku, focus. He balled a fist in the air and screamed out, "Di-di-di." The villain's hot-headed brat, they thought. Once he hits the water, he dies. They just have to be still and wait for the moment they help this boy commit suicide. Where is it? Izuku extends a hand, already beginning to fall too close to the waters. His quirk picked up a familiar weight. Not a moment of hesitation, he located and turned the familiar gears. The water instantly sank, pulling the villains in like quicksand. The water was quickly spun around, converging in the middle in the shape of a huge spiral. What Ash? What did that boy do? Jump out. Can't. Azui reacted now. She lifted Mineta under her arm and leaped off the boat too, her tongue shooting towards Midoriya and wrapping around his waist. Midoriya, you moron. Mineta, giving one last sniff, began desperately throwing hairball at the water, yelling out a war cry, whatever. I won't lose. Not so fast. Why, these things are stuck on me. They're not coming off. I can't dash. They were now littered with Mineta's purple blobs, eventually ending up stuck together in one huge cluster as they were trapped in the middle of the whirlpool. Mineta sniffs again, blood running down his head at the overusage of his quirk. Izuku breaths in. He switches the vortex Pac-Man off. A second later, the machine was no longer in range, he begins to steady his breath. Seriously, you two dash. Azui held the two under her arm as she jumped around with her legs and traveling with her tongue. You're both reckless. Kirishima Ijiro quickly realized that upon being swallowed by dark indigo mist, they were in the ruin zone. To be specific, in a half-broken building amongst all other half-broken buildings in the half-broken building zone. The first thing Katsuki did was curse. He tore out what sounded like an excruciating, to the next level irritated scream to the heavens. Whoa! Kirishima winced at the volume. Chill out first, bro, he tried. Firstly dash. F you, he yelled, Deku's dash. He was interrupted by a villain jumping at him from a hole in the roof. Kirishima reacted faster, hardening his arms and placed them atop his head, which he hardened as well, to shield himself from the swing of a sword. The sword snapped right in two, rock winning against steel. Instantly, villains that had been in hiding emerged from the shadows, quickly surrounding the two students. Great, Kirishima mumbled, leaning his back to Katsuki's, an instinctive sign of I'll take whatever's behind you so leave your back to me. Think you could leave the scolding for later? No, was the response. I'm so effing set off right now dash. Katsuki furiously grits his teeth. These egg mob characters can go F it. Can this story still be rated T at this point? Kirishima throws the thought out of his mind as he realizes how the explosion boy just literally taunted a whole group of enemies. Mortified at the thought of being outnumbered by incredibly angered enemies, he gapes at Katsuki. And Katsuki's lips were set in a frown, his brows scrunched up, his face dark and his eyes stuck in a glare, his teeth gritting angrily and his fists clenched tight. Just go Avindesh, Katsuki pounced at the villains, die. Explosion after explosion ensued, Kirishima ended up going with the flow to attack anyone he could reach. Katsuki was literally exploding with anger and soon all villains were instinctively, desperately diving away from him, but failing. Die, 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 FD. Kirishima sweat drops. Wow, he thought he's gradually getting angrier. My god, that was freaking scary. I was so worried I wouldn't find the machine at all dash. The adrenaline now running out, Izuku couldn't help mumbling and mumbling as the three walked along the water. Kyoko-san would be happy to hear Vortex Pac-Man 3 worked in water, but what about the fact I just left it back there? But that was so close. We could have died if I was even the slightest bit slower to turn the gear, or if it was even the slightest bit further away, or if Tsuyu-san was a second slower. In grabbing me dash. Midoriya, stop that. Azui interrupted his train of thought. You're scary. They were walking the long way round to the exit, trying to avoid the center plaza altogether as to leave the park to find help. Their communications were a problem, and Izuku's bag had nothing that could help the situation. Izuku turned towards the center of the park, where Eraserhead was fighting villains. I'm a little worried about Aizawa-sensei, he said. Eraserhead specializes in these sort of fights, but that's way too many villains no matter how you look at it. You're not saying you want to go over, are you? Mineta squeaked. But, he mumbled, if we go over there, and just maybe, we can lighten his burden for a bit? We don't need to Jumo into the fray. Just look for openings. It sounded pretty great at the time. It sounded like we could actually do such a thing easily. But we were under the false pretense that our weak, undertrained quirks worked against these villains. Izuku sighed, ceasing the ominous mumbling. They had decided to go to the central plaza, but the worry of their lack of communications still hung around the back of his head. An idea striking him, he reached up to his neck and to the back of the choker. Midoriya-chan, what are you doing? Azui spoke up. Turning off the power on my medical choker, he replied. He found the button and pressed it. And why are you doing that? Azui tilted her head to the side, curious. This choker constantly monitors my health and sends all kinds of data back to be checked by Recovery Girl. So if anything happens to me, Recovery Girl will instantly be alerted and send help. He explained. If the transmission suddenly ends, Recovery Girl will know something's up and send someone rushing over or maybe even an ambulance along. I hope. Great idea. Mineta said, but too bad we didn't think of it early dash. Azui shoved Mineta's face into the water. But isn't that dangerous for you, Midoriya-chan? She questions. She was worried now. Izuku was a weak child, and she's almost wondering why he can keep doing these reckless things. Katsuki had continually emphasized about Izuku's condition in the van, and she was quite confident Katsuki wasn't one to over-exaggerate such things. Just for a while, so it'll be fine, he assured, more like our situation right now is more dangerous. Also he pointed at the earphones-like device on his head. This is something my classmate made based on Uraraka-san's gear with a little twist, he said. Oh, we had the chance to learn about it from Uraraka-san herself so he absent-mindedly added, but basically it'll ease my headaches for a while and keep my condition as stable as it can. Don't really understand, but the support class is crazy cool. Mineta pipes in. Well, that's great then. Azui agrees. The three stood mortified at the sight of one Aizawa Shoyuda, both arms bent in wrong directions, pinned under the body of a large blue monster. The monster lifted the black-haired teacher by the head and slammed it back down on concrete. Blood began pooling, and Izuku felt nothing but sick. Azui had the bottom half of her face in the water, blowing bubbles, showing unease and worry in her own way. Mineta had his hands around his mouth, tears pooling at the edges of his eyes. Midoriya, you gotta be having second thoughts now, right? His voice was shaky and trembling. Words couldn't even form in Izuku's head. He just stared, wide-eyed, at the sight of Aizawa-sensei, defeated, before him. The wisp of black mist, the portal guy, they realized, emerged beside the sickly, thin, hand villain. Communication seemed to have taken place between them, but the three students could only make out bits and pieces of their conversation. But one line stood out amongst the rest. Ah, it's game over, it's freaking game over now. But only for now, the hand villain whined like a child. Should we hop back? Home. Mineta was frantic in a slightly happier way now. Are they going home? Indeed, that's what he said. Azui responded. That means we're saved. We're saved. Yay! Mineta, crying tears of joy, engulfed Azui in a hug that ended with Azui stuffing his moronic perverted tendencies into the water along with his head. This is really odd, Midoriya, she said, being frank. She definitely didn't feel like it was happily ever after yet. Yeah, and Izuku agreed. They've probably made such thought-out plans and have enough confidence to defeat us, but they've barely done anything and are now just pulling back? This was too weird. Unnerving. Strange. But they're retreating? We know what their plans are and how they look. Game over? Is this just a game to them? What are they even thinking? But before that, let's take this opportunity dash, a warped smile on his face. His hand was now an inch away from Azuitsu's. To take the symbol of peace's pride down one more notch. The three students barely registered a thing. By the time they'd thawed out from their confused, trying to understand what had occurred state, all they could do was freeze up again in shock. Izuku turned just in time to see Tsu's face. Her blank, unreadable expression was going to crumble away into bloody, broken dust. And it abruptly came to a stop. Hand Villain's quirk was gone. "You're so cool." The hand villain sounded so amused as he turned back to the blue monster and the teacher. Crushed underneath. "You're so cool, Eraserhead." No. Let go of her." Izuku acted before thinking. Leaping out of the water, he extended a hand towards the villain, and willed his quirk to draw out something from his bag, a metal glove, a fist, and sent it lying towards the enemy. Numu. The fist landed, it landed. It definitely did. There was even that explosion effect he added in, imitating Katsuki's quirk in an exploding punch. But when the smoke dissipated, the blue monster stood, staring at him with its doll-like eyes. He had used a weapon that he was the most proud of. As long as the size was right, he could will something to go really strong. His adrenaline rush had definitely given a strong blow towards the monster. A blow he could confidently say may match up to All Might's. Adding into the explosion, "You're telling me it was completely useless?" He quickly stepped back. Now, with the adrenaline quickly melting down, fear took over senses. Fear, dismay, despair. This can't be happening. Thu was one step away from him now, and he had no escape. Azui, grabbing onto Shigaraki's wrist, quickly spat her tongue out, reaching for Izuku. It was all interrupted by one large boom and crash at the entrance. "Have no fear," the man that emerged from there said, his face darkened in pure rage, his smile now turned upside down, "For I have come." All Might. All Might moved at the speed of light. They barely realized they had been saved until All Might spoke to them. "You three, head towards the entrance," he told them. "I'll leave Aizawa in your care." So fast. All Might Sensei. Izuku, unable to hold in his frantic feelings, "It's impossible. I tried just now my weapons, it didn't work at all on that blue thing. It probably has something to counter you too. You can't dash." "Midoriya, my boy," All Might interrupted, "calm yourself. You shouldn't be in such stress in your condition." He put a smile on his face, showing a peace sign. "Don't worry, it's all right." Izuku had taken out a stretcher made of cloth, metal rods, and little iron ball that prop up the sides. Izuku was only lifting the iron ball, pushing the stretcher to move on. He had wanted the safest way to move his teacher, and he was now glad he took every machine he's ever helped out in building with him to USJ. "Is your bag perhaps a magical Pandora's box or something, Midoriya? It has everything." Mineta awed. "I'm just lucky. One of my classmates prefer to make medical use items like stretchers and these things on my ears. And I just thought they might come in use for a rescue mission." Izuku explained. "Aizawa-sensei gave me permission to bring anything in to test. It's interesting how much you can apply your quirk with. Doesn't your quirk have a limit?" Azui asked. "Also, what about your health condition?" "I've explained about the earphones," Izuku said. "They pretty much stabilize my condition to be fit for a little more active duty." He explained. "It's made by that classmate of mine too." "Medical use?" Azui questioned. "The supply course sounds strange to me." "Yeah." Izuku muttered. Really, he was starting to doubt himself. He didn't have many inventions he made by himself. His expertise in invention required another person of a certain quirk to be using his inventions. He could only use inventions he had made while he collaborated with Kyoku and Kai for now. He bit his bottom lip. His invention had ended up useless. That was very demotivating. He had wanted to show it off to Kaken today, but now he just felt embarrassed at how worthless it was. Go, All Might! Mineta cheered. The three turned to the battle, and sure enough, there was a clear overpowering going on there in the battle against the blue monster. Maybe we were overthinking things. All Might's overwhelming him. Azui mumbled. Yeah. Izuku turned to look at them too. He felt nervous. Even though Mineta and Azui seemed to be glad now, Izuku felt unnerved. Something was wrong with that blue villain. He didn't even flinch at the punch. Sheer strength and defenses aside, the explosion should have at least given a sort of reaction. It was a fire-based blow to his side. After all, there's gotta be a wince or a flinch, at least defenses? Is his body made of steel or? No, it didn't feel like body, felt like flesh and bone and muscle, but still, there wasn't a single burn on his skin left by the explosion nullification? Being unaffected by fire blows? No, something slightly less specific. Unaffected by physical blows. Shock absorption? Or could it be one step further, with super regeneration? But there didn't seem to be anything to worry about. All Might was fighting well after all. But Izuku spotted it. A small metal ball by the feet of the thin villain. Oh, he realized, there it is. He's been wondering where it went. Maybe somewhere in between the portal villain's scuffle it rolled around the place, eventually ending up there. A little far. It was about 10 meters from Izuku, barely at his distance limit. Nevertheless, he extended his hand and the ball rolled towards him. It's close enough to be pulled in? A large explosion occurred at All Might's next attack, obscuring Izuku's vision. Izuku lost his grip on the metal ball as it probably flew out of range. The smoke cleared, and they all realized that All Might was in danger. Numu had his upper body connected through a portal that led right under All Might's body. His claws were embedded deep into All Might's torso. All Might was now trapped, unable to regain his bearings as the claws dug in deeper through his flesh. Oh no! Izuku gasped. This was really bad. But what could he do in this situation? Izuku was a weak person that's not even a hero. He couldn't even be a hero. He had opted to being a support hero to make himself feel useful. That was all. When it all came down to it, he was entirely powerless. He had to just pray that the other students would reach his first. What am I saying? I'm aiming to be a support hero. I'm supposed to support the heroes. What kind of support hero would I be if I can't do even that? He gently placed the stretcher down. Tsuyu-san, Mineta-kun, could you hold onto Aizawa-sensei? He asked. Sure, but why? Izuku dashed towards the scuffle. Wait, Midoriya. Azui called after him. Izuku had a plan. The metal ball was right by the waters, obscured by a rock. That metal ball is the key to his plan. He just had to get close enough to control it. Out of the way, Deku. There he was. The one and only Bakugou Katsuki had charged in, his explosive fist landing a solid blast on the black mist core. Izuku holds up his hands to protect his face from the heat of the blast. He shoved Kurogiri down. No funny business from you, you freaking shadow mob. Ice spread and traveled across the ground and towards the blue monster, coating its body up till its arm. I heard the plan, he said. All Might, the symbol of peace, won't go down so easily. Kirishima came in, a fist swinging towards the hand villain. The punch was narrowly dodged, and Kirishima stepped back, cursing. Sheet almost had him. Kaken! Izuku called. Everyone! Taking this chance where Numu was half-frozen, All Might escaped from his grip. The portal forcefully closed as Numu, half-frozen side crumbling apart, stood back up straight. You pinned down our revolving door. The hand villain sounded amused. Now, that's quite a pinch we're in. Midoriya, Todoroki spoke up. Your condition all right? Gulping, Izuku nodded. Yeah. Thanks. He bit his bottom lip. It wasn't a question that should be asked to him. He wanted to ask All Might if he was okay. All Might was probably not okay. But for some reason, Midoriya Izuku took priority on the worry level. He tightens his fist and turns towards the metal ball by the side. It was thankfully close enough now. Silently, he willed it to come closer. Numu stood up, half of him crumbling to dust as the ice encasing it shattered. But it took almost no time for new body parts to grow back on him. They gasped. Izuku's eyes widened. He was right. Super regeneration. Numu, upon recovering, boosted himself towards Kaken. Izuku yelled. All Might reacted first. The boy that was holding down the portal villain had no time to butz the situation as the blue monster's punch sent a huge shockwave that blew its target to the building structure nearby. Izuku looked mortified. Kaken was. The shockwave died down slightly and Izuku freaked out when he realized that Katsuki was now standing right by him. Kaken, he ran over quickly, grabbing the boy by the shoulders. Why you dodged it? Thank God, but how dash? I didn't. Katsuki managed to say, I didn't, you idiot dash. Katsuki's eyes were glued to the now destroyed building, standing where he would have been, heavy wounds on his arms, was All Might. All Might dash, Izuku bit a lip. His hand kept at Katsuki's shoulder, Izuku began pondering. His bag kept at his back, he began thinking. Oi, Deku, let go of me. Katsuki's not very angry growl. Reluctantly, Izuku did. He turned back to the metal ball, drawing it over all at once and to his hand. There was nothing to do now but fight. 3 against 5. We can win this. Todoroki said. Yeah, and Kaken found that portal guy's weakness too. Izuku agreed. These guys are crazy, but if we give All Might some support, we can send them packing quickly. Kirishima balled his fists in determination. No! All Might ordered. I want you 4 to escape. But dash, Izuku spoke up, blood? All Might, you're spitting up blood, he tried. Just now, you'd have been dead if I didn't come up to help. Todoroki said. Right you are, Todoroki my boy. All Might responds, but now, I'll be okay. All you need to do now is watch how a pro does things. Large bursts of shockwaves came exploding from the fight that instantly ensued between the symbol of peace and the blue monster. It was so intense that Izuku had a hard time just staying upright. His eyes were barely able to open as the teacher sent punch after punch, smash after smash, at the monster. Izuku couldn't help but stare in awe. All Might was coughing up blood. But still, he fought on relentlessly, recklessly, throwing blow after blow without holding back. I can't fight. I'm weak, so I can't become a hero. I cough up blood on a daily basis. It's just the limits of my quirk, I guess. What has Midoriya Izuku been whining about his whole life? All Might, right now, was giving his 100% into protecting his students, even with those heavy wounds. No, he was giving more than 100% for each punch. So this is what it means to go beyond plus ultra. A final punch was thrown, sending the villain flying, breaking through the roof of USJ and flying even further towards the horizon. It didn't take long at all for the symbol of peace to win against his enemy. Despite the crazy odds, despite the incompatibility of quirks. What is this, a comic book? Kirishima said in awe. He literally pounded the shock absorption out of him. He even beat him so fast the super regeneration couldn't kick in. This is where the heroes in this class are headed. This is the bar they have to reach. This is the top. The world of the pros. That's All Might for you. Todoroki mumbled. Guess we're not even players in this game anymore. Midoriya. We really ought to head back now. Otherwise, we might end up getting used as hostages. Kirishima warned, calling out to the boy who had his eyes glued to the battle. Izuku was unnerved, again. Something's wrong, he decided to say. In the midst of the smoke from the fight, he could see All Might beaten and battered. It wasn't as if Izuku didn't trust the teacher, he was doubting his own deductions now, but the way the teacher was standing, the strain in his smile and the distinct shiver that could barely be seen, they were traits of a man that had far surpassed his limits, but was putting up a farce to hide it. It was the face Izuku would make when he felt bloody bile rising from his stomach, the face Izuku would make before excusing himself to a washroom, pretending he had a stomachache. All Might can't fight anymore, he realized. But no, this was All Might, maybe he could still handle it. Let All Might handle them. Kirishima's voice cut in again, we gotta go meet up with the others. Midoriya? Deku? It's not that simple of a problem, Izuku scolded himself. Those are the actions of someone in terrible pain. And although not discernible by common folk, Izuku knew that it was a silent cry for help. It's made to never be detected, it's there because we're hiding our weaknesses, and Izuku knew. In that state, we hate not being noticed. His feet moved before he could think. The bag dropping to the floor, he held the metal ball in his hand as he charged forward. Throwing the metal ball like a baseball, he yelled out, "Let go of all might." Kirishima, Todoroki, and Katsuki snapped back. Midoriya. They were shocked. What the hell was that idiot thinking? Katsuki's eyes widened, horrified. How could he forget? That moron was the kind of moron that always did the stupidest things when he least expects it. He should have kept a leash on that guy. Why didn't he tie it to Izuku? The metal ball opened. It scattered into hundreds of smaller metal ball and swarmed over the black mist and hand villain. The hand villain instantly turned over, a hand extending out towards Izuku, then froze. The metal ball froze in mid-air, and for some reason, Shigaraki's hand froze too. Izuku was doing something, Shigaraki realized, because this kid was using his quirk on these small beads somehow. Kurogiri. Shigaraki called. And the black mist shoved Izuku to the ground harshly from the back. Izuku lost his grip on his invention, the hundreds of metal beads losing its magnetic field and falling to the ground all at once like a messy waterfall. Izuku fell forward and towards the hand villain. There won't be a second chance. Shigaraki reached out for Izuku, the hand reaching deadly close. "You!" Katsuki yelled. In the midst of the desperate attack, no one noticed a new presence emerging from the front door, holding out a sniper and pulling the trigger. The bullet was only known as it embedded itself into Shigaraki Tamura's hand. So they're finally here. All Might looked really relieved as he turned to look towards the front door. Class 1A President Ida Tenya, came a familiar voice, reporting back from duty. Izuku, falling on the floor, turned to look at the huge crowd of pro heroes, at the entranceway. One of them was a very familiar woman, wearing a very familiar outfit. She had her face locked in a neutral poker face as she looked around, as if searching for something. Then their eyes met. Her face instantly changed into a scowl. Izuku, though, gave her a teary-eyed smile. Midnight Sensei. Things ended pretty quickly after that. Guns were fired, words were said, threats were left behind, but ultimately the villains were able to escape through a portal before 13 could draw them into his black hole. Izuku stood up quickly. "All Might," he called and ran closer to the teacher. "Wait. Midoriya, my boy, wait." Was a call Izuku heard a little too late, so Midoriya Izuku was now face to face with one Yagi Tashinori. Izuku froze. "Wait, what? Excuse me? Pardon? I'm sorry? Where did All Might go? Why is Yagi-san standing there? Why is Yagi-san here? Why Yagi-san? Yagi-san?" Tashinori sighs and facepalms. "Izuku, my boy," he calls, surprising the boy. After All Might only called him Midoriya, my boy. This is a long story not to be shared in a place like this. Izuku chuckles slightly. "I see," he says, walking closer. "But I'm so glad you're all right." He wanted to engulf the skeleton in a hug, but maybe not. He's quite injured. "I, too, am grateful, my boy." Yagi grins. "If it weren't for those last few seconds you bought me, I would have been dead." Izuku grins back. Midoriya. You all right there?" They both jumped at the sudden voice of Kirishima Izuku coming closer. Yagi instantly panics and Izuku eventually does too. Sheet. Don't come closer, dash. Yayin, can you move? Well, definitely not. Oh God, can you change back, dash. Lead him away or something. How? Talk to him and tell him I'm fine. What do I say? Eventually Izuku gives a hurried wave and dashes off to Kirishima. He still has no idea what the correlation of Yagi and All Might was, but he was promised an explanation at a later date. Kirishima. Midoriya. Gods, you unhurt? Kirishima turned to the boy. Yeah, I'm Dash. But the two had to stop when Bakugou Katsuki appeared in Izuku's way. Izuku froze when he saw Katsuki's expression. He was glowering menacingly, he was just staring down at Izuku like he was scum, his face dark and his glare horrifying. And before anyone knew what was going on, Katsuki raised his hand and gave Izuku a slap to the face. Wadash! Kirishima snapped out of his stunned state quickly. Bakugou! What on earth are you doing? He ran over. Todoroki was a little more angrier. What were you thinking? He marched over too. Don't you ever effing do that again. What Katsuki said next made them both stop. Are you actually trying to kill yourself? Is that it? He yelled. Kakakin. Izuku was on the floor, his bruised cheek in his hand. I'm sorry. He bit his lip, looking down, but he didn't feel like he did anything wrong. He saved a man that cried out for help. What exactly was wrong with that? If Katsuki was in the same situation, he would do it too. It's what heroes do. That's enough, you two. A hand came in between them. Break it up. Izuku looked up. Midnight Sensei. You four should gather with everyone else, she said, especially you, Midoriya. Yes, ma'am. Todoroki offers a hand to help Izuku up. Upon standing up, Izuku gathers his inventions and lifts his bag to his shoulders. They begin their walk back towards the entrance, the journey sickly awkward and the atmosphere tense. But Kirishima tried breaking the silence. You were hella cool back there, Midoriya, he said. I mean, you're probably more useful than any of us in the hero course. Izuku was taken aback. No, you guys were way cooler. I mean, I wasn't able to do much. We barely did a thing. Kirishima said. The support course is actually quite interesting. What was that thing you used in the end that stopped the villain's hand in midair? Todoroki asked. Oh, that's Izuku flinched when he caught Katsuki's glare. I'll, explain next time. Sorry, I'm just a little tired. He forced out a smile. When they reached the top, the teachers told Izuku to head toward the first aid team. Izuku did as told because the teachers began asking the other 3 questions. Oh, almost forgot. He reached up to the black choker on his neck and turning it back on. I wonder if Recovery Girl is worried, he mumbled. He took the earpiece that Kai made for him off too. He was done with all the strenuous stuff. So it should be okay. Affirmative. Currently checking levels of bodily functions. Izuku shivered. Nevertheless, it's pretty cold. His clothes were still damp from being thrown into the flood zone, but it really wasn't a problem until now. Current condition. Danger. Izuku found himself staggering. He realized how sluggish his whole body felt and the pain of the migraine was back. But he was sure he felt perfectly fine using his power today. His eyes turned to the earpiece. This device. Could it be? It nulled my pain, but didn't erase it? He quickly turned to Katsuki. He tried to call, but his vocal cords refused to work. It was only an instant later that pain erupted in his head, sirens rang in his ears, and warm, red blood burst out from his throat. Rebound dash? Contacting emergency personnel. Midoriya? He didn't know whose voice it was, but people were noticing. He dropped to his knees, throwing up blood and bile and... Deku-kun. Midoriya. Someone call a teacher. Oh my god. Someone get Recovery Girl. First to run up to Midoriya Izuku's fallen form was none other than Todoroki Shudo. The half-ice boy settled Izuku down in an upright position, his arm around the boy's back and the boy leaning heavily against Todoroki's chest. Izuku's hand was already covered in blood, the crimson liquid spreading down his wrist towards his forearm, but the boy was just hacking up more. His breathing was labored and his eyes were squeezed shut. Soft ounce escaped his lips occasionally. Body functions falling. Todoroki flinched. That was the medical choker talking. This was really bad, and he needed to do something. He had to do something. First aid won't come in time. His clothes are wet, Todoroki noticed. The boy was shivering, trembling, shaking like a baby deer. Has he been wearing these clothes for so long that hypothermia has set in? Izuku's body was getting colder by the second. If it's the cold that's the problem, Midoriya, sorry about this dash. Todoroki pulled the boy closer and used his left side, just enough to warm up the atmosphere around him, to warm up the boy a bit. Body temperatures rising. Great, Todoroki sighed, a little relieved now. But now's not the time to be relaxed. He looked at the boy who had stopped trembling as badly, but was now unconscious. What is this? It probably started off as hypothermia, but now, it's no longer just a loss in body heat. Something else. Something really, really bad was triggered by the sequence of events. Move aside. The crowd parted for Recovery Girl to rush past. Midoriya, she called, "Where's Midoriya?" And her voice was laced with worry and concern as she looked around frantically. Recovery Girl. Todoroki realized. At the call, Recovery Girl rushed over, looking over the boy. "We need to get him to the infirmary. Fast," she said. He was in a much worse state than she had suspected him to be. "Since you can maintain his body temperature," she turned to Todoroki, "please come along." "Yes, ma'am." Their voices had roused a certain boy, who was now trying and forcing his eyes to open. Rika, huh? He choked out, one eye prying open a little, but not wide enough to see. Midoriya. He was forcing words out now, his voice sounding strained and pained. "I'm sore. Worriedy." "That's about enough." Recovery Girl stopped him. "It's not the time to be thinking about such things," she reprimanded. "To do Roki." He seemed to be fading in and out of consciousness. "I'm Dash." "Stop that," Todoroki snapped. Just focus on getting better." "Yeah." Izuku was too exhausted now to gather his bearings. "I got a Dash," he coughed, eyes now closing and consciousness fading. "Get better, Dash." Todoroki puts his arms under Izuku and lifts him up. They needed to get this guy to the infirmary. He had a really bad feeling about this. Izuku seemed like he was dying, and he probably wasn't too far off. Izuku's hand fell lifeless by his side and Todoroki felt his heart sink. "We gotta hurry." He had almost never felt this before, this sense of fear. He had definitely felt afraid before, afraid of someone, but never afraid for someone. He held Izuku's life in his arms. Whether Izuku makes it out alive very closely depends on him now. The boy felt like a piece of cracked glass. A slip of Todoroki's hand would cause him to shatter into pieces. It was terribly frightening to be carrying Izuku in his arms. Bakugou Katsuki could not move. Not then, not now, and probably he wouldn't be able to in the future. The shock, the anxiety that strikes him like a wave each time he sees Izuku cough up blood, that was something he can never get used to. This whole time, forcing himself to keep up an angry farce was always the best he could manage. He would have to look away quickly, pretending he was fed up with the boy. But there was one thing he can never look away from, the sight of Midoriya Izuku having a rebound. He's only seen it twice, and both times he experiences what he eventually realizes was a panic attack. When it occurs, he finds himself crushed by dread, tormented by anguish, drowning in agony. He forgets to breathe as he realizes his childhood friend is dying. He's retching up a crimson liquid that shouldn't be there. He's crying out in pain, pain, pain. Izuku holds his head, suffering in the torment only he can feel, until Izuku just drops like a mannequin lifeless? Unconscious? Katsuki does not dare to find out which. Last time this happened, Katsuki was powerless. He could do nothing but yell out at someone, anyone, for help. And on that very day he lost what would have been a future rival, a future partner. He lost the smile Izuku always showed when speaking of his dreams, in just one day, because of an incident he indirectly caused. He had promised he was gonna do everything to prevent it from happening again. But there was again. He thought he was doing the right thing. He had gotten enraged, he had slapped Izuku right across the left cheek. And not long after, the worst-case scenario occurs. Who caused it? What caused it? Why must it have happened right after he blows up at Izuku? I have to help. I have to run over right now. Ask him if he's alright. Get him to a FENG hospital. Make sure he lives. However, Bakugou Katsuki froze. He stood still, stunned and shocked, unable to lift a finger at the sight before him. Was it regret that prevented him from moving? The guilt that plagued his mind. If only I'd looked at him those last few seconds. If only I'd held onto his hand the whole time. If only I'd stopped him from coming here in the first place. If only. It's all my fault. I promised to protect him. But I might be the one to cause him to die. Hey, Bakugou. Breathe, damn it. the boy with spiky red hair yells, the same panicked expression marred across his face. Calm down, he yelled, rocking the blonde boy by the shoulders. Bakugou Katsuki is shaken back to reality. Hey, you alright? Yeah. He clenches his fist too. Yeah, he says, yeah, I'm okay. But Izuku isn't. Midoriya. S.H. Hatsum was instantly shushed by Recovery Girl upon entrance. Giving a soft apology, she noticed that the infirmary was filled with people she didn't recognize. Bakugou Katsuki stood by the bedside, leaning on the wall with an indifferent expression on his face, but everyone else that wore heavy expressions were probably the other 1A kids. Shut up, you geek! Katsuki snapped in a sharp, hushed yell. I said I'm sorry, Dynamite. Hatsum snapped back in a similar sharp whisper. Further argument was shushed by a Thesish from Uraraka Ochako and Ida Tenya. Take this fight outside, they scolded. Hatsum realized everyone else in the room were glaring at them both. Hatsum turned away from Katsuki and looked towards the boy on the bed, crouching down at the side. How's Midoriya? She asked. She had rushed straight as she heard the news, and as it was study hall, no teacher stopped her. Izuku was sleeping soundly, an oxygen mask on his face. His face was pale as a ghost and, to be perfectly honest, he would pass for a corpse if it weren't for the strained breathing going on. He'll be all right. Recovery Girl enlightened them. We're still unsure of any aftereffects, but he should wake up in due time. At that, Hatsum breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, she said, sighing in relief. She had been antsy the moment the news came to the teachers that USJ had been attacked. No one in class could focus on their inventions after that, most of them staying in place and waiting, praying for everyone at USJ to be safe, for Izuku to be safe. May, came Kyoko's voice from the entrance. Don't go dashing out of the classroom without permission, he reprimanded softly. Kyoko dash, she realized. I'm sorry, I was just dash. Kyoko knocked her on the head, looking over the boy. He gave a soft greeting to everyone from class 1A, eyes stopping on Katsuki for a moment before turning to everyone else. Thanks for taking care of him, he said. I'm the class president of 1H, Kyoko. I'm really grateful you brought him back. We're sorry for troubling you all with his care at USJ. Most of 1A seemed really taken aback by that. No, not at all. Ida Tenya responded first, standing up quickly. In fact, I heard Midoriya pushed himself too far because of our negligence dash, he said. I'm the class president of 1, Ida Tenya. Kyoko sighed. Izuku's the one that wanted to go. You guys aren't at fault. He turned to Izuku again. He frowned and turned away. We're more sorry about not stopping him from going. But Uraraka spoke up. Deku-kun was perfectly fine in the day. It's because we didn't look after him properly. If Midoriya-chan wasn't in my zone, Mineta and I wouldn't have been able to get out of the flood zone. Ashui mentioned too. Yeah. Mineta chimed in. That's right. Kirishima agreed. If Midoriya wasn't there, someone might have been hurt way worse. This conversation isn't going anywhere. Kai emerged from the door, slumping at the doorway lazily with a smirk on his face. But it's true. This happening to Midoriya was our fault. Guys, if anyone's at fault it's the villains. Kai grinned, pointing a finger at the bed. End of story. Now shut up and let's get back to worrying about lil baby Izuku, shall we? Wait a minute, Kai, the hell you doing here? Kyoko groaned. Anyway, Kai dismissed the questions, looking at Izuku with a slightly more serious glance now. Our sleeping beauty's waking up. Miraculously, there seems to have been no permanent brain damage, but I won't say the same to your condition. Recovery Girl told him, her face down and reading through the papers in her hands. I regret to say Izuku nodded solemnly. He zoned out from the rest of the talk. He basically knew what it consisted of. His immune system deteriorating. His lifespan shortening. His failing organs. The possibility of him not surviving the next time. They were all the same things he's heard the first time he had a rebound. Seemingly noticing the dismissing treatment, Recovery Girl put her papers down. She sighs. In accordance to your classmates' wishes, you have to come in after school every day from now on. She tells him. Do you? She holds up a hand. Here, Emmy, she chops Izuku in the head. Izuku yelps. Why yes ma'am? Recovery girl huffs, spinning her chair. You guys can come in now, she spoke to the door. Izuku gave a confused look. And immediately after, from the door burst in a girl that charged at him and engulfed him in a hug, handsome. Uraraka and Ida that charged in and leaned in really close, going, Are you alright? No problems? At all? Safe? Healthy? Alive? And Kyoku, that just smacked them all on the head and pulled them at least 5 meters away from Izuku. Kai who strolled in after, putting a hand on Izuku's forehead and checking his temperature. Izuku had to be taken aback. What's everyone doing here? Isn't it a class? He asked, softly pushing aside Kai's hand. And, I'm okay as you can see. I'm really sorry I worried everyone. Study hall for us, Uraraka and Ida said, recovery girl nursing a bump on their heads now. Samantha-sensei told us to bring Mei here because she's distracting the whole classroom. Kyoku added. But I can't focus on my babies. Hatsum whined. I mean Midoriya's always been there to implement weird ideas in while I'm making them. I can't get used to the silence. Izuku's sweat dropped. But you really didn't need to, I mean. A little feverish, perhaps Kai mumbled, still numb and sluggish. He looked closer at Izuku. If you're tired, you can keep on sleeping, you know. Don't worry about classes and such. Heads were turned to Kai, confused looks sent towards the boy. Izuku was just Wait, how did he had been hiding questions regarding the numbness for a while now, and well, the feverishness wasn't really much of a worry to him. Oh, that must be the painkillers working. Recovery girl said. Are you the one with the link quirk? She asked. The one and only. Kai smiled. I'm a Kakura Kai. Nice to meet you, recovery girl-san. I've heard. The strange one that actually got into the support course by recommendations, something that's probably never ever been suggested before. Recovery girl shook his hand. Kai-sen, you were so amazing of a person? Izuku freaked out. No, he's just a huge baby with a weird quirk. Oh. Kai muttered. Anyway, I'm so glad you're alright. Uraraka chimed in. We were all so worried. Yeah, it's a relief that you're fine. Ida added. Firstly, I absolutely forbid you from going out on anything with the A-class. Izuku wasn't the only one whining about it. Ida and Uraraka were surprised too. Wait. Uraraka stood up defensively. Are you saying you don't trust us? She snapped. She was definitely said. How dare this guy? Sure, they messed up this once, but that doesn't give him the right to treat the A-class as if they were the ones to have caused Izuku's rebound. Pretty much. Kyoku glared. If you as a whole class can't protect one weak link, what does that make you? He was openly showing anger now. Heroes, he scoffed, sarcasm dripping from his voice. Wait, Kyoku-sen, that's a little Izuku spoke up. Izuku, be quiet. Kyoku said sharply. If you want me to trust you, prove it. Prove you guys are worthy to be considered students of the hero course. Uraraka seemed she had something to say, but Ida stood in between them. I understand we've all disappointed you, but I won't stand for my class getting insulted, he said. What rights do you have to say such things about us? You weren't even there. Wait, Kilish, Hatsum cut in, but was spoken over. I am his class president. Even if I weren't, it's irrational to say you guys can aim to be top heroes when you can't even prevent one person from nearly dying. Kyoku yelled. Recovery girl was now at a loss. If she yelled, it wouldn't resolve a thing. If she sent them out, it would not do any good either. They'd just continue fighting and Izuku would be left feeling extremely guilty. She would have to wait for a miracle of sorts to break up this fight. Just because we failed once. You're not telling me you've never made mistakes. Mistake? And that justifies shearing a few years off someone's life. Izuku didn't know what to do. He wanted to stop them, but he didn't know what to say. This is all his fault. They're fighting because he was just too stupid and stubborn and nosy, and if what little friendship he built between these people were to be broken, it'd all be his fault. Kai glanced over at Izuku. The fight was starting to get physical. Kai stepped in, grabbing Kyoko's hand in mid-air and held out another hand at Ida and Uraraka's faces. "That's about enough, don't you think?" he asked. Poor little Izuku's getting emotionally abused. There was a smile on his face that did not reach his eyes. The three froze. And Kyoko instantly knew what came next. Anger, anger, anger. Kai sighed. Resentment? Anguish? Impatience? Fury, displeasure dash. He sighed again, this time more exaggerated. Your emotions are so loud dash. He twisted Kyoko's arm behind his back and locked Uraraka's and Ida's neck in a one-arm chokehold. They freaking make my head hurt. Kai yelled. Hatsum had to sweat drop at this because, wow. Recovery Girl gaped slightly in amusement. Izuku was like, The Kyoko's arm was held in a painful position and Uraraka and Ida were having a hard time breathing now, but their fight was instantly stopped and forgotten with one yell from someone that never got angry. Is this how you're supposed to act in front of someone that's recovering? Kai eventually got them all in a kneeling position, giving them all about 3 bumps on the head. I get it, Kyoko retorted, more like, why did you hit me with all your might? It hurts you too, doesn't it? Kyoko whined. It's called being fair. Kai said, this is an infirmary. It's where patients rest, not a battleground for you to come picking up a quarrel between classes. But dash. Hello. Kai had a phone up to his ear. Shizuku, he addressed the person on the other end, Issei, your dearest older brother Kyoka dash. Stop. Kyoka yelled, okay, I apologize. Just, In the end, the conversation was shoved back to a later date. Kai-san. Izuku mumbled under his breath, that is unexpectedly scary when he's mad. Izuku was told to stay in the infirmary until he was in a good enough condition to even go home. He can't leave the infirmary without permission, even to classes. His mother has come by a lot of times, and students come in and out all the time. And today's story is about one particular boy that walked into the infirmary. Izuku was studying. It was self-study for 1H, so Nagomi had dropped off his notes for Izuku to study with. Izuku's sitting up on the bed, was going through the notes and trying to understand the content, writing notes into his own study notebook. It was strange how easy to understand Nagomi's notes were, despite the boy claiming to not understand a thing he's written down. Actually, Recovery Girl had left the room telling Izuku to get as much rest as he could, but Izuku really couldn't afford to miss another day's worth of lessons. And so, since Recovery Girl wasn't around, he's sneaking in some studying. The door of the infirmary opened. Izuku looked up to see a boy, his age, with spiky blue indigo, purple hair, bags lining the bottoms of his eyes. The boy glanced at Izuku for a moment, looking around the infirmary. Recovery Girl? He asked. Who? Oh, Izuku realized the boy was talking to him. She went somewhere. The boy sighed and walked in himself, heading for the shelves. He picked up a sticky note by the side and wrote something on before reaching for the glass doors on the cabinets. Izuku spoke up. I'm Midoriya Izuku. He decided to say, you are? Impulse. Izuku was just really bored. He's been alone for hours already. Everyone was busy with classes and well, he wanted some human contact now and then. It was really saddening to not have talked to another human for 7 hours. The boy looked at Izuku suspiciously before responding. I'm Shinso. Shinso Hitoshi, he said. There was another moment of hesitation before he asked, are you the kid that's been living in the infirmary? No one's ever brought up a conversation towards Shinso so readily. They were all wary of his quirk. His dangerous, villainous quirk that wards people away in a stereotypical view of him. If anyone he didn't really know talked to him, they either had an ulterior motive or just didn't know about him. He had asked a question, to see which one this boy was. Living dash. Izuku chuckled. I think so, he said. The latter, Shinso realized. This boy doesn't know about my quirk. But Shinso did not activate either. He's heard this boy that's been recuperating in the infirmary was extremely fragile and should be treated with care, which means he shouldn't use his quirk unnecessarily on the boy. Not like Shinso could. This headache was killing him. Shinso-kun, are you sick or something? What you doing here? Izuku spoke up. his head tilted to the side in curiosity. Shinso seemed hesitant. He's really not used to socializing. Still, he forced himself to answer. Headache, he said, lack of sleep. Izuku chuckles. With those eye bags, I guess I expected as much, he said. Hey, Shinso-kun, which department are you from? Shinso wanted to leave, but for some reason he just didn't. The boy was like a child, beaming brightly and excitedly, eager for the conversation. Shinso suddenly leaving him would disappoint the boy. General education. Cool, I'm from support. Izuku smiled. Cool. Shinso couldn't help but ask, it's just general education. It's cool because it's general education. Izuku said, I mean, you guys are one step away from hero. It's basically the same thing. Shinso was just taken aback. What? I can't become a hero because of my health. Izuku said, so even if I join General Ed, I'd pull everyone back like I'm already doing for the support course. I mean, I can barely catch up on studying. Recovery girl keeps telling me to go back to sleep but dash. Shinso froze. This guy, he's just like me? It was a first. Much more, this boy was cheerful and happy despite everything, unlike the moody and grump Shinso. They were polar opposites. And out of nowhere, Izuku coughed. This alerted Shinso, who looked towards the boy. The boy, noticing the stare, brought a smile onto his face. Shinso frowned as he spotted the multiple notebooks on Izuku's lap. To be reviewing notes while hospitalized. Shinso sighed. You sure like studying, don't you? HM? Yeah. I have to catch up on my dash. Izuku abruptly froze in the midst of speech, his hand stopping in the middle of reaching for his notebook. Just be good and go back to sleep. Function. Absorption of its surrounding particles and releasing them in a boosted spiral. Primary tests ensured that it could create small-scale tornadoes or sandstorms. Newest test conducted at USJ ensured it could also create a whirlpool without damage to its mechanisms. I told you, Kyoku-san, we don't need gunpowder in that thing, Izuku scoffed. We don't need flaming tornadoes. The heroes don't need flaming tornadoes. Why would anyone need a flaming tornado? Kyoku pouts. But explosions are my forte, he whines. Don't tell me to make anything that doesn't include explosions and things getting destroyed. Expand your expertise, then. Izuku retorts. Pros. It is not able to function without a telekinesis-like quirk such as magnet. Thus, even if it's stolen, it cannot be used against us. Appearance-wise, it is easily dismissed as unimportant or weak because of its oddly, unexpectedly cute design. It is also small and doesn't stand out as a weapon. The whirlpools and tornadoes it can create are strong enough to pull in grown men, although all it does is spin them around. No, but, Kyoku starts up again, it's not really that surprising, is it? Cute things being dangerous, I mean. Why so? Was Izuku's curious inquiry. It's kinda weird how you obsess over explosives with cute designs, honestly. Kyoku sighs. When you have children at home, you realize how destructive adorable little kids can be. I currently go by logic that the cuter something is the more potentially dangerous it is. Izuku sweat drops. You have it pretty hard. Kai's another great example. He looks like he won't hurt a puppy, but when time comes by he's freaking devil incarnate. Cons. The color stands out in the water floor. It is also too heavy and hard to move about, although the weight is made to support the pressure of winds and water. It's also not suited for actual combat, not ambushes or traps, as it takes manual input to activate. Upon deactivation of the quirk, the machine also stops. The shelling of the Vortex BGMI is also quite fragile, as cracks were found after it falling from my bag to the water floor. Kyoku snaps at this, tossing the paper back on the table. What do you want me to do, make it out of rock? He complains. It's a Pac-Man, for God's sake. Actually, rock might help in the camouflaging. Izuku actually considers it for a moment. But wait, how heavy are you planning on making my bag? Maybe we should get someone that can do camouflage painting to help out, with waterproof oil paint. Kyoku suggests, then there would be minimal changes to the weight. That's a great idea. Izuku brightens up. Let's ask around class when I'm discharged. Sure. Extra notes. It cannot be used without long study of the interior, as the gears we need to move are quite elaborate. Kyoku rolls his eyes, groaning. What's the complaint? You memorize them anyway in like 5 minutes, he points out, with that stupid techno-obsession brain of yours. Izuku chuckles awkwardly. I have a distance limit. What are the odds I do not get caught up in a twister? You do know that Midnight Sensei is looking through this report, right? It's an official report. Don't you think you should be using more formal language than this? Kyoku raises an eyebrow. Do I get my answer? Izuku asks. Why Pac-Man? Kyoku shot a glare at Izuku. Well. Izuku scratches his cheek nervously. A lot of people asked, including the person that retrieved the object from USJ. Stop asking. Kyoku snaps. It was an impulse. Midoriya, my boy, do you have a moment? Izuku jumped at the voice. He had been extremely absorbed in writing down things in his hero analysis journal. He was gonna finally take the chance to write down everything he's learned at USJ. His new entries included Azuitsuyu, Mineta Minoru, Kirishima Aijuru and Todoroki Shudo, and he was halfway through Todoroki when he found All Might peeking in from the side of the infirmary door like a high school girl waiting to give her crush a love letter. All Might? He stuttered, quickly keeping his notebook. All Might hesitantly walked in, making sure no one was outside or around before closing the door and sitting down at the chair beside Izuku. Have you been well? Izuku smiled. Yeah, he said, never been better. Recovery girl said I could be discharged in a day or two. That's great. All Might smiled back. Once again, I apologize that this has happened while you were under my care. No. Izuku shook his hand frantically. I've had enough of those these 4 days. I'm completely okay. It's mostly my fault anyways. I was betting my condition on an invention that wasn't well tested. The conversation died down awkwardly as they remembered an important detail. Regarding the form you saw me in. All Might started, but his words died down really quickly. Where's he gonna start with this? He's been hiding this secret since day 1 where he saw Izuku in the support department in a substituted class of self-study. Only admitting it now was kinda awkward. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Izuku quickly responded, well yeah, I'm really confused about it, but like, if you're troubled by it, but then I'd be so curious I might get distracted from future work. And if anyone notices it'd raise questions I can't answer, but then again it's All Might's secret. I wonder what happened though, I mean for Yagi-san and All Might to be the same. Yagi-san. In the midst of the mumbling All Might had deflated. It made Izuku freak out. Yagi Tashinori sighed. You're full of nonsense, aren't you? He said. Nonsense? Izuku winced. It's alright. I'll tell you. Yagi said, more solemn and serious now, I'll tell you all about this form. It was kind of a promise, after all. I owe you a lot. That day they had a long talk. They were uninterrupted as secrets were shared and newer bonds were made as they realized how similar they were. When they coughed blood at the same time, both worried about each other at the same time too. When Recovery Girl passed by, she heard a chorus of giggles and decided she'd go in a little later. It was another boring day of trying to catch up with studying in the infirmary. Wait, why does X go there? Izuku mumbled to himself, wasn't it Y? Wait, see? His head was spinning now, wait dash. But Midori-sen, math is one thing I'm absolutely stupid at, okay? Just for math, my notes are as jumbled as my understanding of it. I should have listened to that warning, Izuku sighed. He couldn't make heads or tails of this thing without guidance from a teacher. He sighed, closing the book. Maybe he should get started with modern literature. But then his eyes caught sight of someone at the door. A man with black hair and bandages all over his face. Izuku jumped. Who dash? He freaked out at first. Wait, Aizawa-sensei? The man nodded. May I come in? I would like to formally apologize. Aizawa would have bowed, but his arm in a cast didn't really permit that. So he just kept his face down, giving a curt nod. Izuku was now trying to figure out if it was okay for him to smack this teacher in the head. He gave up and just went with the flustered student approach. No, please don't, sensei, he said, Please raise your head. Izuku shoved all the notebooks to the side and in lieu of respect, he sat on his knees on the bed, facing Aizawa. Well, frankly, many agree that if I hadn't called on you to the rescue class, this would not have occurred at all. Aizawa mumbled, as a teacher and a hero, I agree that this apology is barely enough to make up for it. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku gulped. What happened was no one's fault. I'm the one that agreed and I'm the one that didn't pay attention to my own condition. He started, but if we keep blaming each other like this, we'll get nowhere. It's like being an inventor. If we keep trying to figure out which part has malfunctioned, it'll be faster to just build it again from ground up. A lot of people might disagree with that last part, Midoriya. Aizawa said, I'm grateful you seem forgiving, but it doesn't excuse this mistake that I've done. We're beyond lucky you came back up to life. Aizawa-sensei, stop that. Izuku groaned. Literally people have been shoving apologies one after another at me. I'll go crazy, he whined. Also he pointed at Aizawa-sensei, those wounds are nearly worse than mine. You literally came from the death's door too. Why am I getting apologized to? Aizawa's sweat dropped. Nevertheless, I came here to promise you something. He sighed and stood up. I promise, on my status as a hero and an educator, that this inevitable situation won't occur again. Izuku needed a moment to stop gaping in awe and inspiration. Then, he brought a wide, cheerful smile to his face. I promise, as a student of UA and as Midoriya Izuku, that I won't get another rebound ever again. On day 6 of infirmary confinement, Recovery Girl finally decided that Izuku had recovered enough to be released from the clutches of the accursed infirmary. Izuku reunited with his class, caught up with lessons, and resumed his daily life much easier than he thought. But one thing was terribly amiss. In the past 6 days, not once did Bakugou Katsuki visit him in the infirmary. Izuku had waited quite eagerly every day, but the familiar blonde's silhouette did not appear, not even once. To say Izuku was disappointed would be an understatement. He was quite literally a small ball of depression being lugged around by Kyoku all day long. Or that's what Kai joked about when Midnight Sensei asked. You really miss him? Kai asked, sipping on his packet of orange juice. They were in the classroom, just chilling about in their lunch break. Mr. Boyfriend, I mean? He laughed. Izuku looked like he was gonna cry. Everyone in class glares at Kai. Everyone, your killing intent is going straight to my head. Kai said absent-mindedly. Say, Aizu, why don't you approach Mr. Boyfriend personally? I tried. Izuku mumbled. So just about 20 minutes ago, Izuku was looking around the cafeteria. He was hunting, not for food or anything, but for Bakugou Katsuki. In the crazy crowded cafeteria, it surprisingly didn't take long for Izuku to find Katsuki. Well, a guy with his legs on the table isn't really hard to spot. Izuku brightened up quickly. Kaken, he called, squirming through the crowd. Katsuki looks up at the sound, his eyes briefly meeting Izuku's before it turned down in a frown. Izuku struggled out of the mob to the table. But Katsuki was gone. Izuku looks around frantically. Kaken? Kaken? Where's Kaken? Where did he go? But after that, Izuku didn't find Katsuki anymore, no matter how hard he looked. He even went around the hallways and even to 1A, but nope. Katsuki had vanished. In the end, he went back to the classroom, his mood more downcast than before. Well, that's Haru chimed in, her body half slumped against Izuku's table. He's probably avoiding you, right? Izuku freezes at that. Then he drops his head to the table, disgruntled. Who needs Mr. Dynamite? Hatsum speaks up. If he was the kind of person that'd start ignoring Midoriya all of a sudden, Midoriya doesn't need him. She puffed up one cheek, obviously disappointed at said male. No, Hatsum-san. Izuku gets up. Immediately, Kaken wouldn't do that. Then why'd he escape from you? Izuku's voice was stuck in his throat. He bit his bottom lip. Maybe I saw wrong, he tried. Maybe it wasn't Kaken I saw, just someone else that looked like him. He forced a smile on his face. I mean, he probably just hadn't had the chance to visit me all this time and . He was stopped by Kai that placed a finger at Izuku's lips. Shoo, he said. say anymore and the whole class is gonna go on a manhunt, he said. There was a smile on his face, but his shoulders were tense. As Izuku looked around, everyone's shoulders were tensed. Izuku sat down, his eyes glued to his table. Kaken, he whined in his head. Kaken. Kaken. Katsuki may not admit it, but he was a wimp sometimes. He spent his whole day and night worrying about Izuku. He'd been there when Izuku first woke up. Recovery Girl had chased everyone out instantly, so it was no more than a glimpse, but Izuku looked like a doll. No, not in the same way he felt when they were young. Izuku seemed more like a mannequin, still, emotionless. It was a sight Katsuki had seen many times before. After Izuku recovers from something a little more dangerous than a common cold, he wakes up feeling blank and dazed. Emotion returns to him soon enough, and he'll be back to the cheerful, smiling Izuku in no time. Katsuki knew that, so he felt relieved. When Angel Face and Robot Brain dashed out of class during self-study to check up on Izuku, he had followed too. He saw Izuku's classmates outside the door, even exchanged a few scowls. You guys can come in now, Recovery Girl's voice suddenly made itself known. The others charged in instantly, bursting in and flooding the room with questions and conversation, but that was where Katsuki found himself unable to step past the door. Instead, he ducked out of sight, his legs willing him to just stop there. It wasn't panic or fear or anything like that. It was simply embarrassment? Awkwardness? So, what if I step in now? What do I say? His brain was at a standstill. Do I go, "Are you okay," like the others? Even though I already know the answer? That's just stupid. Meaningless, even. Much more, do I apologize? For slapping him, for being unable to do anything for him while he was dying? For being unable to prevent Izuku from being so utterly stupid? He was getting angry at nothing now. Calm down. Breathe in and out. What the F are you even getting angry at? Katsuki, for the first time, is at a loss for words. What would he say to Izuku as he steps in? What face would he make? What expressions should he show? Should he just be angry? Sad? Yeah, Katsuki felt like crying. But he wasn't a kid anymore. He won't start bawling by Izuku's bedside again, wailing and pleading something amongst the line of "I was so worried you were gonna die." Should he show anger? No, that would make everything worse. Izuku, at this moment, didn't need any stress. He needed complete rest. Ending up without a conclusion, Bakugou Katsuki gives up on the infirmary and solemnly walks back to class. He'll think thoroughly about what he would say. He can take his time, there wasn't really any rush. Izuku was confined to the infirmary, after all. Katsuki had plenty of time to muster up the courage to talk to Izuku. And only when Katsuki's figured out what to say, he'll open that stupid infirmary door. That was what he thought. Day after day passed, and now he hears that Izuku's been discharged. Has it already been 6 days? He still didn't know what to say. And so he ran. He wasn't ready to meet Izuku. Not yet. Not yet. Not. Kaken. Izuku didn't care if he was ready yet. Katsuki cursed. He pulls his hand away from Izuku and there was no crowd to disappear into, damn it. Everyone's already left. It was after school after all. Izuku was probably glaring at him. Probably. It was hard to tell because, well, he was also half pouting. Wadash. He hesitated for a moment. The hell do you want, Deku? Izuku held Katsuki's sleeve. Well, Katsuki could just tear away again, but for some reason he didn't, and Izuku stared straight at Katsuki. Kaken dash, he started something, but his voice died down instantly, the rest of what he said melting back into his head. There was a long pause. Katsuki was confused now. What was this silence? It was a strange spot for an awkward silence to happen. Actually, should he just take this chance and leave? Kaken dash, Izuku choked out again, and Katsuki noticed, was Izuku blushing? Like, his face was flushed, he was avoiding Katsuki's eyes and stuff. Wait for me after school, he quickly said, as if he was worried Katsuki would run away before he got to finish. Let's walk home together. Katsuki froze. Let's go home together. Izuku just yelled that in the middle of the hallway. No one was around, but Katsuki felt secondhand embarrassment here. No, why was this even embarrassing? Walking home was common for them. They walk home together literally every day. It was something that went without saying. They were even in the same school, same class all their life. Katsuki had never realized how weird that simple fact was. How many childhood friends still walk home together every day after school? This was the moment Katsuki realized why Hatsum called him Izuku's boyfriend. For a guy that's unexpectedly smart, he's actually pretty stupid. But hey, it's the same for Deku. But why did Izuku voicing it out like this make it seem so? Was that a date proposal? Uraraka whispered to the others. Maybe. Todoroki whispered back. Look at Bakugou, he's bright red. Kirishima had to hold himself back from bursting out in lunatic laughter. I'm sorry, standing here is making me feel third-hand embarrassment, so I'm gonna go dash. Kai excused himself, covering his face and rushing off somewhere. He ran and didn't look back even once. Must be hard having a quirk like his. Ida mumbled. Midoriya's becoming a man. Hatsum joked in a hushed tone. Mr. Dynamite had better not disappoint him. Please, give me the signal to throw this grenade. Kyoku had his finger at the safety of a hand grenade, his face dark and his eyes glinting in evil intent. The signal should be right at the moment Mr. Rambo says no. Not yet, Multi-Master. Uraraka whispered. Not yet. Don't get Midoriya caught in the blast. Todoroki warned. It'll be fine. Hatsum said, Ida-san can just charge over, grab Midoriya and come back before he gets hit. All of you need to fucking chill. Kirishima interrupted. Put the murder plan down, Jesus. Oh, if this. Katsuki groaned, his palm at his face, trying to just calm his sheet down. What was he getting so flustered for? Or actually, to think he was worrying a whole effing week on what to say to this idiot. He should have just busted in and yelled at him for being a moron. Just blow up at him for nothing as usual, and he'd have saved himself a week of anxiety. So Izuku spoke up again. So do I get a yes? He asked, eyes still not meeting Katsuki's. I mean, the floor's very interesting, and his blush not fading. Hell, Izuku's never felt more bashful than this. He'd never imagined talking to Katsuki would be so awkward. I mean, this sounds like everything in a date. Seriously, Izuku didn't know what else to say to Katsuki. He couldn't just go, why didn't you come see me for the past week? Because that'd be even more embarrassing. Or actually, do those morons back there seriously think Izuku doesn't know they're eavesdropping? Kyoku-san, that's the grenade we agreed to never use because it contains Nagomi-kun's mustard gas. Katsuki tore his sleeve away from Izuku's grasps. Izuku was surprised. Is this a no? To his surprise, Katsuki's hand immediately took Izuku's hand, and Katsuki began pulling Izuku away. Holding hands. Kaken? Izuku felt himself get tugged forward, stumbling but gathering his balance. Shut up. Katsuki snapped. If you want me to walk your butt home, go get your FNG checkup done already. Okay, everyone. Midnight Sensei declares excitedly upon entering the classroom, the time has come. Everyone turned to her, alerted. Time? Someone asked. For what? The UA Sports Festival is right around the corner, she announced. Instantly, the class erupted in jovial cheers of excited screeches. Woo-hoo! It's here, yes, finally, and countless more jumbled, inaudible screaming that probably didn't have much more of a meaning than Is sure? I mean that USJ thing just happened. Kyoku mumbled. Good point, Kyokun. Midnight laughed. It was a great uproar, both in and outside school. But that is exactly why we are holding the sports festival again this year, she said. If we let such an incident affect us, how can we still proudly declare ourselves heroes? Well, it'll be fine. Izuku smiled. It's you after all. That aside, Midnight whacked the table with the whip loudly, catching everyone's attention. You guys should all be in top form, especially now that Midoriya's back. She grinned, the whip pointing at Izuku. It's finally time for the support department of UA to shine. An uproar of cheers came in response, and her smile could only grow wider in pride. Now, everyone, she started, show the world that the hero course aren't the only heroes in this school. Despite everything Midnight Sensei said, do you really think we'll do well against the hero course? Someone whined as Midnight Sensei left the classroom. I don't really have much confidence in things I can make. It'll be alright, his friend, Daisuke, reassured. We have Hatsum-san after all, he pointed with his thumb. She's our class pride. Oh, if that's the case we can't forget Midoriya either. Nagomi entered the chat. He's the best when it comes to adapting quirks for battle. Well, you're right, but... One guy mumbled, seemingly hesitant. In terms of being flashy and standing out, Hatsum's got him beat. He said, unfortunately, Midoriya might not be noticed much. Hey, if we're talking flashy, it's gotta be Kyoku. He's literally flashy. Haru chimed in. All he does is make things explode. Nagomi sighed. He won't catch the attention of people interested in something else. Also, Hatsum-san's inventions are much more on the broad perspective of things. Another added, Midoriya's inventions can usually only be used by particular quirks, he said. Those are both really valuable equipment for heroes. Wait, won't this sports festival be kind hard for Midoriya? I mean, to show off his things he needs to keep using his quirk. Actually, can Midoriya join the festival in his health? Recovery-san's setting up a temporary office at the stadium, so it's okay. Kai interrupted. I've been set as the helper at the infirmary when I'm free, by the way. Well, it's Midoriya, so he'll figure something out. Nagomi laughed. He's super smart after all. What about you, Nagomi? How are you planning on standing out? Daisuke asked. If you're planning on those gases of yours, lend me a gas mask. I don't want to be laughing or crying throughout the festival for no reason. Oh no way. I'll freaking aim at you. Nagomi replied. Hey, wanna bet who'll get further in the festival? Daisuke suggested. Hatsum. Hatsum-san. Kyoku for me. Midoriya. Midoriya. Definitely Hatsum. No, Kyoku. Kitsumi. Where did that come from? I see, so it basically makes you think you're fine, while the damage is actually aggravating? Kai inquired. Yeah. Izuku said, not that it's bad or anything. It's awesome. But that was the only flaw there was, I swear. It worked so well I completely forgot about my health halfway through the fight. Izuku said, for the first time in years, I felt like a normal person again. Kai chuckled, patting Izuku on the head and ruffling his hair. I'm glad you feel that way then, he said. If that's the case, this may have to be used for things aside from combat. He looked back down at the earpiece, pressure-easing ear jacks, maybe for psychology? As a substitute for painkillers? To prevent panic attacks or hyperventilation, or shock caused by intense pain. Izuku chuckled. Well then, I'll just, excuse myself so you can focus. Everyone. Nagomi called to the class. I set up a barrier round my table, so don't crash into it, he warned. Quirk. Barrier. He can create invisible walls that can block out, or cage in, anything. Gotcha, came a girl's reply. Everyone, the portable box is up. Mark the barrier, someone hollered. Last time I crashed into it, I got a frickin' gash down my arm. Nagomi-kun, you really need to stop with those scary gases. Izuku told him, what if you die in there? No one can get you out. Nagomi laughed. Don't worry, he said. A girl was currently tying a bright pink ribbon around the barrier and sticking stickers on it. Mimi, be careful over there, that's a sharp edge. Whatever you do, don't get any of us caught up in your stupid gas bombs. Don't call them stupid. You look excited. Kai smiles at Kyoku. Kyoku pounds at the tiny block of wood, splitting it in half. You don't need to see that, you can feel it, he says, picking up the strange wire inside them and eyeing it closely. But yeah, maybe I am. Are the kids coming to watch? Kai's. Everyone. Chikaku's taking time off from work too. Kyoku answers, I think they're gonna bring Kuu if they can. The dog too. Kai chuckled, so all 9 babies from the Kuu household will be in the stadium on that day? Why did you count the dog? Kyoka had to point out, Kuu household you say? They all love you a lot, big brother. Kai said, oh, I haven't seen Riku and Kiku in a long time, how are they? Just a warning, If you come even 50 meters close to my kids, I will blow you up. Kyoka growled. So mean. Kai whined. That's outside of my power range too. Oh, I'm so excited. Hatsume's smile was sparkling, glimmering, shining brighter than the sun. I can't wait. Your babies will definitely stand out, Hatsume-san. Izuku smiled back. I'm eager to see them in action too. Oh, this will be the last chance I get to improve them. She eyed a jetpack. I'm really looking forward to it. She turned to the boy. Hey, Midoriya. Let's hope that the support companies all around the world glamors over our babies. You're too hyper, Hatsume-san. Hatsume giggled back in response. When I go big, I want you to go big with me, she said, so even when we become great support heroes, we can continue being partners and rivals. Dash. Izuku blushed. He faintly heard Nagomi snort behind that barrier of his. Hey, we have a declaration. Kai called out. Hatsume announces she and Midoriya are gonna become pros. Hey. Haru says, everyone here's gonna become pros, right? Yeah. The majority of class yelled out in agreement. She said it. Was in the mixture of agreements. No one's gonna lose to you too, one declared. Geniuses shouldn't be so cocky, another joked. Bring it on. Hatsume laughed. Let's do our best, Midoriya. She turned to him and grinned widely. A smile graced Izuku's face. Everyone together now dash. Kai started, raising a fist. Further, forward, go beyond dash. Plus ultra. Everyone joined in. Izuku was grinning like an idiot. Katsuki chops him in the head. Ow. Izuku whines, holding the newly formed bump at his head. Yes, Kaken? What are you smiling about? He glares. You look stupid, so stop. Izuku chuckled. But I'm just so happy, he said. I get to be with Kaken in the sports festival. Ha! Katsuki had to gape. What the hell are you talking about? Isn't that obvious? We're in the same school. But this is the first time I get to compete with Kaken. Izuku whined. You don't let me do anything sport-related, he pouted. I always skip out PE and sports meets, and no matter how much I study, you're always at least a spot above me in academics. You're a prodigal demon. A monster. Abnormal. Inhumane. Your eyes are evil. What does the last part have to do with anything? Even if you smile, you'll look like a psychopath. Resisting the urge to smack the boy in front of him, Katsuki grabbed Izuku's head instead. USCK because you're a Deku. It's because you're a genius. Izuku replied. I get pretty decent grades. Exams are always FING easy if you study. You're the idiot for not getting higher scores. There it is. Izuku whined. Kaken, you're a prodigious a-hole. Us normal humans hate your existence. Katsuki shot him a glare. Izuku flinches, holding up his arms to protect himself. But it's true. Instead of genius, you're more simpleton, he says. They should classify your kind as simpleton instead. Do you want to fight or something? Katsuki glowers at the green-haired boy. Bring the F on. Sorry. Also dash, Katsuki sighs, calming himself. You think too much, he yells, pointing a finger at Izuku. You're absolutely the kind that gets suspicious when there are 3 CS in a row during an exam. But Kaken, what if it really is a trap? Izuku complains. It could happen. This is the reason you get stupid mistakes. The dash, Izuku gulped. That's besides the point. Katsuki sighs, turning around and walking away. Seriously, I'd tell you not to join the festival if I could, he mumbled. Hey! Izuku whined. It's my one and only chance to stand on the same stage as you, he complained. I want to try winning sometimes too. The day I lose to you is the day I crash into a car. Katsuki yelled. I bet I can win a fight against you even without my limbs and I'm left with just my teeth. Kaken, I'm sorry for calling you a simpleton. You're just a wild animal. I will push you. But I won't lose. Izuku yelled. I have a way to fight now, and I'm gonna win. Katsuki stops, frowns, tuts, and glares at Izuku again. He grunts something inaudible. Groans something indecipherable. He turns to Izuku. Just effing try, he uttered, giving the green-haired boy a thumbs down. I'll pummel you to the ground. Izuku smirks. Let's both do our best. Okay, you're all set for today. Recovery Girl smiled. Thanks, Recovery Girl-san. Izuku smiles back. He stood up and headed towards the door of the temporary infirmary. I promise I won't overexert myself, he tells the old woman. Good luck out there. Recovery Girl gives him a thumbs up. I will. Izuku speedily heads towards the 1H assigned waiting room, knowing well the event was starting really soon. Turn left here, then the second right, and the room will be on my right. He recalls. He makes the respective turns and, unfortunately, ends up crashing right into someone. Whoops, the guy says, sorry about that. You all right? Izuku gets knocked back a few steps, but regained his balance easily. He noticed that the one he'd crashed into was none other than Todoroki Shudo, and brings a smile to his face. Todoroki-kun. Yeah, I'm all right. No worries. Todoroki returns a slight smile, relieved. Well then, good luck, he says, waving Izuku off and headed off to another direction. HM? Izuku thought something felt off. That was a very dismissive response. He usually didn't get such a lazy response, especially from Todoroki. Hey, Todoroki, he spoke up, is something wrong? Todoroki stopped, but his small smile was still on his face as he turned to Izuku with a no. After that dry response, he turned away and continued on walking. And this time, he didn't turn back. Izuku, too, didn't know what else to ask. Maybe Todoroki's just feeling nervous, Izuku thought. And so, the issue was dismissed. You're late. Kyoku snapped at him as he entered. Izuku flinches. Sorry, he quickly says. I kinda got lost dash. Midoriya, get ready. Nagomi hollers. We're starting any moment now. At that, Izuku panics. He dashes to his bag and fumbled around for the equipment he wanted to take for the first event. What's the first event? No one knows, but should I bring this? No wait, but if the first even is a strategic game that'd just pull me down. Oh wait, I should take this one. Midoriya. Hatsum makes Izuku jump in surprise. Come on, she grins widely. Don't worry about too much, you know, she says. Somehow, that moment of shock calmed Izuku down. He smiled a little. Thanks, Hatsum-san, he said. He looked back at the equipment he brought. An excited grin brought its way to his face. The support course, classes F, G, and H are here too. Present Mike gleefully declares, keeping up the hyped air he was in charge of creating. Izuku walks out with Hatsum and the class, a nervous smile staying frozen on his face as it sank down to him how many people are in the freaking stadium. Stage fright. Stage fright. Holy moly, there's about 1 million people in here, isn't there? No one told me about this, help. Time for the pledge. A way too familiar voice announced, the sound of a whip snapping in the air. Eyes turned to the chief umpire at the stage, a stunning woman in an extremely bold outfit, her dark blue hair stretching down to her lower back, red glasses only accentuating her baby blue eyes, but her freaking outfit was. She flipped her hair, sending a wink towards the crowd, showing a bright, seducing smile. Wadash, Izuku's nerves now forgotten, he was now more surprised than afraid. Midnight Sensei? No wonder she was so excited. Kai sighed, a light blush creeping up his face. Everyone's in love with the CC lady. There were whispers of, wow, what is she wearing? Which wasn't much of a whisper. Is that all right? No, but she's 18s above only right dash. Why is she at a high school? She's R-rated. No, I don't see a problem. She's forsaken hot. And many more. Hey! Nagomi hissed like a wild feline at a random boy. Don't go ogling at our homeroom teacher. Nagomi, she's there to be ogled at. Quiet, everyone, came the female teacher's loud voice, trying to calm the crowd. My tenure here is perfectly on the level. She snapped her whip once more. Now, player representative Bakugou Katsuki from 1A. There were hushed gasps and awes of the unexpected representative. Wahoo Kaken? Izuku could resist asking. Well, he placed first on the entrance exam. Kirishima, who was nearby, replied. On the heroics exam, yes. A girl from another class rolled her eyes. Izuku was surprised at the sudden voice from the girl, but something about his situation felt funnily familiar. He let out a soft, nervous chuckle. Did Kaken do something again? He whispered to Kirishima. At that, Kirishima dropped his head in sulk and despair. Yes. Silence fell upon the stadium as Katsuki made his way to the microphone on the stage. Knowing the bomber boy, the students from 1A prayed for a miracle that Katsuki would do the pledge properly like the honor student he was. Izuku just smiled. I pledge. Katsuki started. Azui noticed that Izuku was actually sweating buckets of cold sweat. That I'll be number 1. Katsuki finished. Well yeah, he'd do that. More than half of class 1A yelled out in retort. Izuku buried his face in his palms. I'm sorry about him. Those immediately erupted across the whole crowd. A fury of thumbs downs, and lots of angry cursing came from the whole crowd of first years. What the hell? One went, quit messing around you b. Another yelled, screw you, and you sludge b were in the mix somewhere. Why do you insist on lowering our good graces? Ida reprimanded, irritated, his arm jabbing over and over in Katsuki's direction like a robot. At that, Katsuki turned around, a confident JRK's scowl on his face. At the very least, try to become a nice stepping stone for me to cross over. He jabbed a thumb downwards. How overconfident is this kid? The silver-haired guy from Class B yelled, I'll freaking crush you. Well yeah, I'd expect no less from Mr. Dynamite. Hatsum laughed. Izuku chuckled, but yeah, something's not right. He just knew, intuition ringing at the back of his mind, that Katsuki wasn't being confident. Not at all. Katsuki, if he was confident, would be grinning like an a-hole, jeering at the crowd with a loud, mocking voice. Katsuki walked down from the stage, ignoring Ida completely and headed back to his spot in the crowd. He passed Izuku, eyes not meeting but bumping lightly into Izuku's shoulder. Izuku smiled slightly. What's got you so on edge? Izuku whispered, driving yourself into a corner like that. Isn't like you, Kaken. Katsuki tooted, but continued on wordlessly, pretending no exchange occurred between them. Endeavor is a great hero. Known as the Flame Hero, he is second only to All Might. Being the son of the renowned Flame Hero, Endeavor, Todoroki answers to high expectations every day. Everyone expects the best of him, heroes, civilians, and villains too. The son of the Flame Hero Endeavor was a weight he was born to carry. Words cannot express how sick he was of the title. The truth was a dark thing. He was an unwanted child. A child born of forced, arranged marriage. A child born with a predetermined goal in mind. He was born only for his quirk, only to become a strong hero. There was no love and affection involved. He was only here as his father's successful experiment. His father's best subject that will, in his place, become stronger than the number 1 hero, All Might. With his incredible quirk, his job as Todoroki Shudo was to be the strongest. It was despicable really. Because he had a quirk different from the rest of his brothers, his father pushed down his dreams on Shudo. His childhood was living hell and torture and nothing a child deserved. But Shudo never gave up. Not when his father punched him, not when he threw up, not when his mother cried, not when the scar on his face will never fade. They were all grim reminders for him. Grim reminders of this foreboding hate and malice he held for his father. Todoroki loved heroes. He, like many other children, admired the heroics of All Might. He aspired to be like All Might, but he would rather die than do as his father would like. He hated his left side. And so, he never used it for battle. It was a childish form of rebellion, really. He won't rely on this power he received from Endeavor. He would become the strongest hero with just the quirk he received from his mother. And that would give Endeavor a hard slap to the face. I don't need your quirk to become a strong hero. Not ever. He was going to be a hero without using inherited power from Flame Hero Endeavor. You're in the way. Shudo spat out hatefully. Flame Hero Endeavor stood in the middle of the hallway, staring down at his son. He had his arms crossed, his face locked in a frown. Out of the way. Shudo groaned. He seriously hated this man he had to call father. He had secretly hoped he wouldn't meet Endeavor today, but Endeavor decides he had a speech to make to his son. Shuto, he began, his voice deep and authoritative, stop this childish farce. Shuto did not respond. You are my child, and you are to act like it. He seemed angry, irritated. Today, the world will see you, my son. And you have to show the world that you can surpass all might. I see, Shuto said. Dismissively, Shuto pushed his father aside lightly, going past him. He did not look back. I hope you hear too. Endeavor spat. Shuto bit his lip. Stupid old man. Geezer. Disgusting. Annoying. I'm not yours. I do what I freaking want. I'm not becoming a hero for you. I'm sick and tired of you. Why did I have to be your child? His steps speed up angrily, his fists clench tightly as he shook away to release this pent-up anger. Just the next corner in, he bumps into someone. Quickly snapping out of it, he apologizes. Sorry about that. He manages to say, you all right? And as he extends a hand to the one he bumped into, he realizes who it is. Midoriya Izuku, the sick kid. The boy that nearly died back at USJ. The boy that many in school hone their protective instincts on. In Shuto's perspective, Izuku was a reckless, selfless idiot. But as a hero, that was a good trait. It was a trait the most pure-hearted of heroes possessed. The want to help, the desire to do something even as they did not have the ability to. The meaningless struggle of the weak. Something Shuto would never experience. Never again. Midoriya Izuku. Although weak, his tenacity was unbeatable. He always spruces up invention after invention with uses that would give him advantages that triumph over the hero course. If there was someone Todoroki Shuto had to look out for in this sports festival, it would probably be him. Well then, good luck, he told him. He then goes past Midoriya Izuku. I won't lose to you. Not you and your weird robots. Hey, Todoroki, Izuku's next words surprised him. Is something wrong? He freezes. He abruptly stops in surprise, eyes widening. Was it so obvious? Were his emotions so evident on his face that a mere second of interaction could discern? He forced out a smile. No, he said, not at all. I can't lose. Like hell I'd lose. Again he bumps into someone. But this time, the other party did not fall. Todoroki looked up to see Bakugou Katsuki glaring at him. My bad, Todoroki said, not intimidated. But as he moved on, an arm was at his shoulder. Bakugou Katsuki wanted to talk. What? Todoroki resisted, rolling his eyes. He seriously wasn't in the mood for this. Deku's stupid, so he probably didn't notice, Bakugou started, but quit walking around like you're gonna kill someone. Todoroki pauses. Walking around murderously? That was one thing he did not want to hear from Bakugou, of all people. But he resisted any snarky retorts, brushing the intruding hand off his shoulder. It's none of your business. The hand only gripped tighter as Bakugou got angry. It is my business, he snapped. You targeting Deku or something? No, not at all. Todoroki was a second away from freezing this imbecile. Who did Bakugou think he was? Threatening? Excuse me? Coming out of nowhere and just upright threatening him, who gave Bakugou the right? Look, you Biasudi. Bakugou grabbed Todoroki by the collar. Todoroki's right hand immediately moved, freezing up a good portion of Bakugou's hand. But Bakugou didn't budge at all. If you do anything to Deku, I will blow you up. Todoroki was lightly surprised, but he kept it from showing. I will win, he decided to say, even without dirty tricks, even without my left side. He spat, his face locked in an uncharacteristically angry scowl. You can go coddle your boyfriend while I take the gold medal for myself. Anyone that doesn't have their eyes always on the goal will never reach it. Okay, moving on. Midnight declared. We shall proceed to the first event. Wow, never an idle pause at you. Uraraka gaped. No, what about the player pledge? Kyoka mumbled. The preliminaries for this year, where many end up choking on their tears. The screen spun like a roulette and stopped at obstacle course. The crowd cheered as Midnight raised her whip. This year's fateful first round is the obstacle course. Izuku went gay. Stamina-based runs. Obstacles aside, Izuku didn't know if he'd be able to last a marathon of 4 kilometers, Midnight said, and reach the end fast. Depending on how many people would be able to get to the next round. Just then, Hatsum pulled Izuku along as she walked. Midoriya, we're gonna fall behind, she said. Oh, Izuku realized the door was open and the rules had almost been done explaining. Wait, what was he gonna do? Which invention would he start with? On your marks. Midnight raised a starting pop gun. No, wait. Stay art. I'm going on ahead. Hatsum bid moments before she literally vanished into the crowd. Izuku found himself alone almost instantly. Crouching down immediately, he pressed buttons at the sides of his boots. Immediately his boots lifted an inch above the ground. Hover magnets, boots. Well, basically, applying how magnets attract or repel each other, the boots lift him off the ground. Izuku can easily move himself around with his quirk. Now, pretend you understood what I said and read on. There was nowhere to run. The crowd had been cramped by the small space. No one could move forward or backwards. Everyone was just squished into a weird human clump there. Wait, the start gate's way too narrow. Izuku despaired, still stuck at the back of the crowd. Oh wait. Izuku crouched down and, with his quirk, carefully lifted himself above the crowd. Carefully, slowly, he drifted above the crowd, gradually getting through the tunnel. This is pretty extreme. An obstacle as early as the starting point. That moment of relaxation did not last long. It spread out like wildfire across everyone's feet, instantly causing chaos and mayhem among the students that now had their feet stuck onto cold frost. Izuku in the air was barely spared as well. The ice had nearly traveled across the walls of the tunnel as well, and Izuku had to literally spin around to dodge the ice from encasing his shoes. Todoroki-kun? He realized. But he can't waver here. He took the chance to speed up and zoomed out of the tunnel at once. He managed to get ahead of the panicking crowd, but he could get off the hover magnets just yet. The Class 1A had gone way up ahead, and most people had gotten over the panic and were desperately trying to get through on their own. He paused for a moment. He breathed in and breathed out. He dry coughed a few times. Condition. Okay, he deduced. He zoomed on ahead. For someone that was panicking, he's doing great. Fukamused. He wore shoes with spiked, as in freaking spikes, soles, and thus was able to run pretty easily on the ice. Gotta admit that ice was a little sudden. He had fallen quite a bit behind. It took him a moment to take off his normal shoes and slip these on because the former was, well, frozen and he couldn't be bothered to thaw them out. Kai was struggling, trying to take careful steps and being unable to focus due to the panic going on. He slipped and fell face first. Kyoku face-bombed. He dashed over and pulled the idiot up. You're gonna get stepped on, he said. Come on, the kids might cry if we don't show our stuff. Yes, sir. Kai jumped up quickly and balanced himself. Man, is he bad at skating? Shouldn't you run on ahead instead of worrying about me? I'd gladly leave you behind. No. Mineta was taking it easy. He threw his purple hairballs down on the ice, and because it did not stick to him, he could bounce around the ice easily. He quickly caught up to Todoroki, a jeer on his face. Ha ha, he guffawed. Ain't so hot now, Todoroki. Now, fall prey to my ultimate killer A-dash. He didn't get to finish before he was swatted away, like a fly, by robot arm? Mineta. Izuku worried for the boy that was flown away to somewhere. But there was no time to worry about others. The route opened into a clearing, and that clearing was filled to the brim with weaponized robots. Wadash, Izuku was at a loss for words. Wait, those are the villain bots from the entrance exam, someone yelled. And oh so suddenly we have our first obstacle. Present Mick's voice rang from the speakers. The first barriers. A robo-inferno, he announced dramatically. Just as he spoke, more robots showed themselves, big and small. Those are the bots that cost 0 points in the entrance exam, someone yelled. Hold on, you're telling me the hero course had to fight those things? Another freaked out. There's way too many of them to just slip past. But Todoroki did not hesitate. In a flash, he froze a number of them, rendering them unable to move. He quickly ran through a route he created. Whoa, Izuku awed. He's seen Todoroki's quirk before and he couldn't deny that this was absolutely amazing. He stopped those gigantic things in less than a second. His quirk was so cool, so strong, and he stopped them. Someone cheered. There's a path. Wait, Izuku realized, those robots aren't completely frozen. Just as he thought that, the robots crashed down like hunks of useless metal, obscuring the path once more. Todoroki has forged ahead and blocked the path in one fell swoop. Present Mike declared, pumped up, man, he's brutal. He laughed. He instantly creates a huge gap between the competitors. Ain't that a lil unfair? Oh no, he's right, Izuku thinks, he's in such a lead. I can't just stand here doing nothing. Come on, think. There's a reason you came into this school, and it's not to fall behind in awe of the hero course and lose in the preliminaries of the UA Sports Festival. There's a reason you brought your weapons. Now, Izuku, think. Use that brain of yours. What's the best way to use your inventions now? Hey, someone's down there, a panicked voice. People can die in this sports festival? Almost immediately, a red-haired figure came exploding out of the debris. Like hell, I'd freaking die. Kirishima yelled angrily. Once Kirishima got crushed. Present Mike added. God damn it, Todoroki. Droppin' it right down at the perfect moment. Kirishima cursed, more than half his body hardened with his quirk. What if it wasn't me? Someone could have died. Just then, right beside him. Fucking a class is full of obnoxious brats, he cursed, and a metal-coated figure came exploding out from the debris. What if it wasn't me? Someone could have died. One B's Tetsu also got crushed. Love you too, man. Present Mike laughed. Man, for a second I thought I'd die. Kai whistled, having barely dodged the debris that flew further out. Enough of that. Time to fight, Kai. Kyoka said, reaching into his bag and pulling out a rubber ducky. You know I'm not the battle type. Kai sighed, unwrapping a coat of bandages at his arm. I get hurt after all. And in the next instant, their eyes sharpened. Kai's bandages was thrown around a robot behind Kyoku, quickly wrapping up its robot arm tightly to the body and rendering it immobile. Then Kai tied a little bow at the end. Fake bandages. Inspired by Aizawa's scarf, it's basically bandages that, other than working as bandages, are strong enough to be used as rope. At the same moment, Kyoku landed a hard roundhouse kick at the robot arm, reaching for Kai, swerving it off course from Kai's head, then threw the rubber ducky at it and, boom. Kyoku got too angry at his siblings fighting over the rubber ducky at home that he used it to make a bomb. How'd you like my bandages? Inspired by none other than Eraserhead. Kai grinned, jabbing a thumb at the robot. Inspired, my butt, that's literally plagiarism. Kyoka groaned. Katsuki wasn't gonna lose. That FANG Ice BSRD. That F Ice BSRD. Boosting himself up with his explosion, he lifted off into the air, quickly blasting himself above the robots. And here we have Bakugou from one absolutely abandoning battle and lifting off to the skies. Present Mike yelled, "Clever boy!" Reaching the highest point, Katsuki lets himself fall, gravity bring him down to the ground. He's nowhere near the Ice BSRD, but he has a plan. He can get there easily. Man, I thought you'd blast through the robots. With that personality of yours? A voice from behind was chuckling a little. He snapped back. The guy? Was he in Katsuki's class? Stupid cellophane thing coming out of his arms, and right beside the cellophane guy was the guy with a bird's head. Katsuki tooted. Class representative of 1H, Mikazuki Kitsumi sighed. She hated running. She never liked doing stuff like this. She was the definition of I have no motivation. She would have loved to just skip out, but she knew better than to skip out such an important event to heroes. But she can't wing this. Still at the tunnel around the starting line, she booted up her newest invention, shaped like an earpiece at her left ear with a long antenna. She closed her eyes. Quirk, all ears. She can hear a total distance of 5 kilometers away. She crouched down and booted up the strange shoes at her feet. She opened her eyes. And vanished. If anyone saw her, She'd be just a passing flash before it leaves their sight. Flash boots. Incredibly ridiculous speed, but has zero control in direction. Kitsumi can hear the direction she had to go in, but if she crashes into anyone, people might die. But these boots can only work for like 1 second. Finally, we come back to Izuku. Deactivating his boots, he presses a button on his wristwatch. It begins to vibrate. If I succeed, he spoke to himself, the special sound waves would spread electromagnetic particles into the air, creating a makeshift magnetic field and make it easier for me to control metal objects. He's not the same person as he was back then at the beach. He's not the same useless kid he was when he first met the skeleton man, Yagi Toshinori. He's in the support course in UA, and he can fight now. He can use this quirk he deemed useless in a better way now. He smiles. His breath eases and the vibrating of the watch calms him down. He runs 1 step, 2 steps, he's at the robot now. The robot swings an arm over, he swerves to the right, managing to dodge it lightly, and places a hand on the metal shelling of the robot. Almost instantly, the robot falls apart. Izuku, at that minor point of contact, quickly unscrewed all of the nails that held the robot together. Piece by piece, the plates drops down and the robot loses its shape, becoming an unassembled toy. His smile grows wider. Radio watch for a remade version of the device back at Chap 12, the Skeleton Man. It creates a magnetic field that increases the efficiency of Izuku's quirk. I don't need a strong quirk, Izuku grins, regaining his balance and running ahead. I just need the ability to apply what I have, in the best way possible. If the first obstacle was easy, what do you think of the second? Present Mix's majestic voice intruded again. You fall and you're out. If you don't like that, maybe you can crawl. The second obstacle is none other than the fall. Izuku sighs. He swears he can hear the announcer's dramatic arm movements. It was a huge pit zone. Tall, thin rock pillars were connected only by ropes that acted as bridges. He gulped. He really couldn't see the depth of the canyon. What was at the bottom of the pit? Probably nothing life-threatening, but much more. Are those ropes stable? Well, obviously they are. This isn't that kind of game. Just then, Azuitsu leaps. Without hesitation, she latched onto a rope and began crawling across easily, with trained movements that came from her animalistic traits. Soon after that, someone let out a boisterous laugh. Phew, now's my chance to appeal. It's time for my babies to bask in the limelight. She cheered, a wide grin on her face as she crouched halfway down to all the equipment worn over her body. Hatsum-san. Izuku realized, I've been wondering where she'd gone. Izuku stopped himself as he realized something. With her items, I can get across the ravine. Izuku squirmed through the crowd towards where the pink-haired girl was. Luckily, the girl was only a few steps away. He popped out of the crowd to find Uraraka and Ashido Mina there as well. Gay, it's the Department of Support. Uraraka says. What? You can take items? Ashido asks. Well, Hatsum laughed. The hero course received daily fight training, right? She said. To keep things fair, we're allowed to bring any support items and costumes as long as we've developed them ourselves, she explained. Or, to say dash, a hook arrow shot out from a device at her chest. For support course kids like us, this is the chance to show off the engineering we conceived and developed to appeal to the corporations out there. The grappling hook latched itself onto a rock a far distance away, and the girl propelled herself forwards with her jet boots, hoversalls, and leaped. Dash, Izuku realized he spent too much time watching the show. I'm too late. Keep watching. And I hope the company watching is a big one, she laughed. These are my super cute dash. She landed firmly at the base of a rock pillar and zoomed upwards, airborne, laughing all the way. Baby ease. Kyokun Kai. Kyokututs. Kai, we gotta go, he growled. Kai jumps. Edesh, he was literally juttering, me? Go. To that Grand Canyon? Tightropes? Abyss? Bottomless hole? Impossible. No way. Not in a million billion years, Kyo. No. Oh, for God's sake, dash. Kyoku resisted the urge to curse. Kai, this isn't the time to be affected by the emotions and panic of the people around you. You can't make me. Jesus Christ, how long do you think I've been taking care of you? Izuku. No time to gawk. Izuku slapped himself. People were already making their way across the rope, and Izuku was really falling behind now. Think. What can you do now? What did you bring? Hover magnet saws. No, they can't function repeatedly over short amounts of time. And they're not fast enough. I can't keep using my powers. What else do I have? Letting out a frustrated grunt, Izuku began crawling. Kitsumi. She crashes. At the speed of Mach 2, she freaking crashes. Ow. Nagomi whines, nursing the back of his head. Who the hell, Kitsu? Kitsumi shakes the dizziness out of her head, on her knees and now on the ground, briefly wondering why she's not dead or dying. She inspects herself. She pouts as she realizes she's all dirty now. Sand and dry mud caked her clothes and shoes, and Nagomi stands up, dusting himself off. Be careful, man. He extends a hand. Now I've fallen behind too, he whines. She does not take the hand. She looks at it, dazed, as if wondering if she should take it. Nagomi chops her in the head. She whines. You used those stupid boots, didn't you? He reprimands. You're lucky I used a soft barrier around myself, he scolds. Kitsumi now nods, nursing a new bump at her head. Nagomi pulls her up. Against her will. Be careful, now bye, he briefly says before zooming back off towards the crowd. Kitsumi's little thanks went unheard.